Invocation this evening will be given by Commissioner Darrell Rogers. Would you all stand, please?
Let us pray. Lord, our gracious Heavenly Father, as we come to you this afternoon, Lord, we just ask that you allow us to lay every weight at your feet tonight, oh God, that we can be clear mind and healthy body to be able to come to this body and to make your decisions tonight and what the citizens of Sumner County need and the Sumner County citizens want. Father, we just ask that you give us the wisdom to make those decisions. No agendas for us tonight, oh Father God, but yours. Lord, we give you all the praise, honor, and glory. For it's in your Son, Jesus' name, we do pray. Amen. Amen.
Remain standing for the pledge, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. We will have a roll call at this time, and I wanted to tell you that I did receive a telephone call from Commissioner Lamberth, who said that he was having trouble with getting flights back here from vacation, so he probably would not be here tonight. Oh, and Terry Wright, I understand, did message and say he was ill and would not be present this evening. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay, each commissioner record your presence.
There are 21 present. However, a majority vote will continue to be 13 this evening. We have a special occasion among our group tonight. It happens to be the birthday of one of our commissioners, and I'm sure that I would like to, and I'm sure that all of you, before you leave here tonight, would like to wish Commissioner Terry Boyd a very happy birthday today. There was a lot of persuasion going into me singing happy birthday to you, Terry. You didn't want that. Okay. Approval of the agenda and of the regular agenda and consent agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor signify by saying aye. All right. Commissioner Becker.
Yes, sir. I would like to add to the agenda, most likely, I guess, makes most sense under legislative, just to discuss the meeting times of our full commission. So what my thought is since we don't have any standing meetings on the full commission night, is maybe entertain some discussion on moving it from 7 p.m. to 6 p.m. So I'd like to add that, please, to the agenda under legislative. Thank you.
I'd like for you to repeat what I didn't quite understand what you were saying you wanted to do.
I'd like to discuss moving the meeting time of this meeting from 7 p.m. to 6 p.m. every month. So I think I'd like for us to discuss that and vote on it.
All right, motion to add that, you want that added tonight?
Yes.
All right, the motion and a second. Any discussion of that? All right, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. All right, so we now need to discuss a time that we would like to move our meetings. Are you wanting to send this to legislative?
No, just tonight under the we can do it right now if you want, but I was thinking it makes most sense of just reviewing it under the legislative tonight.
All right, if that's your desire, we'll move it to legislative. However, this full body could act on their meeting date and time, but we'll put that under legislative then at the end of legislative. Commissioner Brown?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add this resolution, which applies to Tennessee Code 3917-911 and also Tennessee Code 4906-1019 as it applies to the schools.
Right, and where are you desiring that to be placed under legislative?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I hope our legislative chairman is making note of these two things that have been added.
If we're adding an item according to our own rules, can we get that read out loud? Because people that are in the audience and watching the TV, they don't know.
All right, we can do that. However, probably the more appropriate time would be at the in the legislative session, but do you mind reading that, Commissioner Brown?
Whereas Tennessee Code annotated 39-17-911 states it is unlawful for any person to knowingly sell or loan for monetary consideration or otherwise exhibit or make available to a minor any picture, photograph, drawing, sculpture, motion picture film, video game, computer software game, or similar visual representation or image of a person or portion of the human body that depicts nudity, sexual conduct, excess violence, or sadomasochistic abuse, and that is harmful to minors, or 2, any book, pamphlet, magazine, printed matter, however reproduced, or sound recording which contains any matter enumerated in subdivision A1 or that contains explicit and detailed verbal descriptions or narrative accounts of sexual excitement, sexual conduct, excess violence, or sadomasochistic abuse, and that is harmful to minors. And whereas a violation of Tennessee Code 39-17-911 was found in the book Lawn Boy by Jonathan Evison, which was purchased and distributed in Sumner County schools, and text found in the book has a grown man thinking about graphically narrated sex between 2 small boys, and whereas a sampling of such unlawful passages as displayed on page 174 of the book Lawn Boy reads as follows. He talked about all the times at the church, but never mentioned our penises or the fact that he never said 10 words to me after our little foray in the bushes. Not a single reference to holding or tugging or sucking D. All I could think about while he was chatting me up over the rim of his cappuccino was his little salamander between my 4th grade fingers, rapidly engorging with blood, and whereas violation of the above statute is a Class A misdemeanor in the state of Tennessee, and whereas Tennessee Code 49-06-1019A establishes several concepts which shall not be included or promoted in curriculums and supplemental materials of primary and secondary schools within the state of Tennessee, such as, number 1, one race or sex is inherently superior to another race or sex. Number 2, an individual by virtue of the individual's race or sex is inherently privileged, racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or subconsciously. Number 3, an individual should be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment because of the individual's race or sex. Number 4, an individual's moral character is determined by the individual's race or sex. Number 5, an individual, by virtue of the individual's race or sex, bears responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex. Number 6, an individual should feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or another form of psychological distress solely because of the individual's race or sex. Number 7, a meritocracy is inherently racist or sexist or designed by a particular race or sex to oppress members of another race or sex. Number 8, this state or the United States is fundamentally or irredeemably racist or sexist. Number 9, promoting or advocating the violent overthrow of the United States government. Number 10, promoting division between or resentment of a race, sex, religion, creed, nonviolent, political affiliation, social class, or class of people. Number 11, ascribing character traits, values, moral or ethical codes, privileges, or beliefs to a race or sex, or to an individual because of the individual's race or sex. Number 12, the rule of law does not exist, but instead is a series of power relationships and struggles among racial and other groups. Number 13, all Americans are not created equal and are not endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Or number 14, governments should deny to any person within the government's jurisdiction the equal protection of the law. Whereas Tennessee Code Annotated 49-06-1019B does not prohibit an LEA, local educational agency, or public charter school from including as part of a course of instruction or in a curriculum or instructional program, or from allowing teachers or other employees of the LEA or public charter school to use supplemental instructional materials that include, number 1, the history of an ethnic group as described in textbooks and instructional materials adopted in accordance with Part 22 of this chapter. Number 2, the impartial discussion of controversial aspects of history. Number 3, the impartial instruction on the historical oppression of a particular group of people based on race, ethnicity, class, nationality, religion, or geographic region. Or number 4, historical documents relevant to subdivisions B 1 through 3 that are permitted under 49-06-10-11. Whereas Tennessee Code Annotated 49-06-1019C states specifically, if the Commissioner of Education finds that an LEA or public charter school knowingly violated this section, then the Commissioner shall withhold state funds in an amount determined by the Commissioner from the LEA or public charter school until the LEA or public charter school provides evidence to the Commissioner that the LEA or public charter school is no longer in violation of this section. Whereas violations of Tennessee Code Annotated 49-06-1019A were found in the books A Place Inside of Me by Zetta Elliott and Dragon Wings by Lawrence Yep, which were purchased and distributed in Sumner County schools, and text found in the books has examples of racism, foul language, underage drinking, violence, drugs, prostitution, alcohol, hatred of police, overthrow of the government, destruction of the nuclear family, and communism. Whereas the Sumner County Commission is committed to supporting the just laws of the state of Tennessee by ensuring against violation against our laws by a single individual's opinion, judgment, or ideology, and whereas the administration and Board of Education of Sumner County Schools have failed to comply with Tennessee law, and whereas statements by some individuals, staff, and administrative personnel indeed appear to argue for the direct defiance of Tennessee law, and be it resolved that the Sumner County Commission strongly encourages the formation of 3 material and curriculum review committees, one for the elementary, middle, and high school levels to review appropriate books for the school district. Further, it is resolved that all senior administrative staff, to include the Director of Schools and the Chief Academic Officer, are hereby strongly encouraged to ensure that the Sumner County school environment is free from obscene and provocative material in accordance with Tennessee Code. Be it further resolved that this body directs the Office of the Law Director to send copies of this resolution to all members of the Sumner County School Board.
All right, we have read that, and is there a motion that we add this to the agenda? Okay. No one's in the queue. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. No. Let me see the hands of the noes, and then we can go from there. It's Commissioner Harrison and Commissioner Ring and Commissioner Wynn. And Commissioner Becker. Okay. Mr. Schoaf.
Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So recognizing that item 2211-15 may be in violation of our rules relevant to severability, I would move that we strike item 2211-15 and add to the end of the Budget Committee 4 separate items each. Item number 2211- would be the new 18, would be the appropriation of approximately $297,000 for fiscal year 22 for budget carryovers for that, an IT upgrade. What would be the new 2211-19 would be to appropriate 4353 and an additional $9,500 restricted capital fund balance from liquidated purchases for sealing and striping of the county admin parking lot. What would be the new 2211-19, -20 would be appropriation of $50,000 carryover from fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2023 for county admin flooring replacement. And then the last item would be a decrease in carryover of $11,242 for EMS Station 13 building. I would just like to sever those, because I think grouping them together as they are.
Pardon? You were just wanting to separate.
To separate them. And I would just note that each of the commission members should have each of these severed in a document on your desk here to make it kind of simple for us as we go through this.
All right. Let me have a motion. Do you make a motion to separate these?
I would like to make that motion.
Is there a second? And a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. All right. Please remove Hadley Brown as 10A 2C. That will be given in January and not tonight. All in favor of approving this agenda and consent agenda say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. All right. Approval of consent agenda items. Do I have a motion? Second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Approval of minutes. Motion and second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. And now we have recognition of the public. And I would like to remind everyone from our minutes, your caution and limitations on speaking at the commission. Citizens should direct their comments to the chair and refrain from threats, inflammatory, or offensive comments concerning any commissioner, other government officials, or employees, or other citizens. No citizen shall direct remarks or comments directly to commissioners or call the name of a commissioner. Go ahead. Thank you. If you will state your name and address when you come forward, please. Wes Dunkel.
My name is Wes Dunkel. I'm at 321 Buffalo Run in Goodlettsville. I came here to talk about a barn, but that changed. I understand the smirk, but when the commission adopted its rules and procedures months ago, I guess that was the September meeting, and then finally did it in October, in the preamble, there is much discussion about Judeo-Christian values. And I was encouraged because I thought maybe some commissioners will actually try to follow those tenets. Apparently not. This resolution that was presented this evening, the first evidence of that was circulated, at least as far as the emails that I have, on October 28th. Weeks ago. Weeks ago. Did this ever make it to an agenda where people could review it for public review? No. No. It was moved in the Education Committee, the last one, to old business. Old business. Because didn't want to talk about it. This evening, I heard people flipping on cue with the resolution. They had copies. I didn't have a copy. The only copies I have are the ones that have been circulated in emails via records request. But I didn't have a copy of this. There's language in here that is different than the copies that I have, and I'd like to have that information because I want to talk about it. But I could just only go from what I heard. This commission thinks that it can be the judge and jury and admonisher of public employees over which they have no control, and that frustrates them. I get that. I get that. But if you don't like what's going on with the school board and the schools, run for school board. Yes, you have the purse strings, but you have no business with this resolution. None. It is not your lane. Judeo-Christian values. Reading that language out of context in front of young children, Judeo-Christian values. There's not much else to say. I mean, I was going to come up here and talk about this barn, which also is a promise to Ms. Hadley Brown and students like her, but you wanted to do away with it because that wasn't your deal. I get it. But promises are not meant to be broken, even if you didn't have a hand in that. Judeo-Christian values.
Marie Mobley.
Well, I'm Marie Mobley. I live at 1058 Lieutenant Gibson, Gallatin, Tennessee. And I wanted to talk about the possibility that y'all are going to be voting for a nonprofit to operate in our county, and that is Decisions, Choices, and Options. They've been functioning for 20 years. Joy Wassel is the chair, and Beth Cox operates in as one of the teachers. It's an approved curriculum. The teachers are trained to teach options to children or junior high and high school students about sex and what happens when you get in a relationship and things happen, and what are those options if someone gets pregnant. And I have to say, adoption is a really good option to talk about in this day and time over abortion. Matter of fact, I wanted to say there are all kinds of different adoptions nowadays. You can know the mom, and the adopted parents can have a relationship. I have a husband that was adopted out as an infant. He never got to know his parents. But because of ancestry, we got to meet 6 sisters after 70 years. It was a lockdown situation. He could never get his records. This is out of California. He always wanted to know about that family. So it's pretty nice that now kids can know about adoption, and there can be relationships, and you can see your child grow in a nice family of as they age. And I think that's a great thing to fund and teach kids that, you know, when they do have these urges and they do happen, especially when you get curriculum that pushes how to have sex, that gives you pictures for 5- and 6-year-olds. They should be learning to read. They should be learning to know about math. They need to know about history and exploring. But when they start thinking about, oh, I could do this, and then you get with your buddies, just like he was talking about, they're not thinking about school. It changes their whole direction in life. Having children out of wedlock can really impact young women for a lifetime. And so I think this program is a fantastic program to continue to fund, and thank you for even considering giving them funds. I'd like to see it funded by the Board of Education, matter of fact. And I thank you for this time.
Thank you. I remind you to please give your name and address. Charlene Allmiller.
Good evening. I'm Charlene Allmiller at 143 Ruland Circle, Hendersonville, Tennessee 37075. I came to speak about the ethics committee that's up, but the resolution that Mr. Brown raised is kind of along the same lines. You are a legislative body. This commission is a legislative body, and so you make laws. The commission doesn't enforce laws. There is no ability to adjudicate crimes. There's no fact-finding authority for the commission. So I actually contacted Kristen McKeever from the General Counsel 2 weeks ago whenever I first heard about this resolution, and I was prepared to speak about this at the Education Committee, but they decided not to speak about it there, and then they did not distribute this resolution, as Mr. Dunkel had mentioned. So anyway, I talked with Ms. McKeever and the General Counsel of the Tennessee Department of Education, and I asked about how is 49.6.1019, the ability to withhold funds, affected. And there's a form that you can fill out, and it goes to the state, and the commissioner that is mentioned in that state is talking about the board commissioner at the Tennessee Department of Education. It is not talking about this body. Everywhere that you hear the county commission, it is referred to as a legislative body. That is legislation making rules. So again, and then on Tennessee Code Annotated 3917-911, that is a criminal code. You will get in trouble if you start trying to tell people that they have broken a crime without due process, without a judge, without a jury. It's just not in the best interest of our county. I do have kids that are 6 and 8, and before they went to school, one went to a church daycare, and they did talk about not sex, but they talked about how to have kids recognize if they are being sexually assaulted. And so that is the extent that I've ever had, and that didn't happen in public schools. But I do think that that's a good idea that they know what's inappropriate touching. Also, as far as the books, I'm not in disagreement for Lawn Boy. I never said I was in disagreement for Lawn Boy. It's my understanding that it was either never on the shelves or it was taken off the shelves. So that's really a school board decision, and you're welcome to come to the meeting tomorrow night to talk about it, because I'm sure that people will be talking about it. But when you go to A Place Inside of Me, that is talking about how Black people are dealing with the gruesome murders by people in authority. And we do also have a statute Tennessee Code Annotated 49-6-1006 that protects the teachings of Black history and culture in our education. It actually requires our schools to teach Black history and culture. And then we also have 49-6-1007, which gives the sole discretionary authority to the local education authority, that is a school board, for character education. That means that if you, the commission, try to do something that usurps their discretionary authority, not only are you acting outside of your statutory and constitutional authority, you can be held personally liable for that. So I would actually ask, if you are going to vote on this resolution, make sure that you put on the record if you vote no, so then whenever somebody comes to sue, that you're not going to be held personally responsible. I would hope that for the Ethics Committee, that this is not a witch hunt. I noticed that there was a language that was added about that people can have their own attorneys present. Again, it's not a criminal, like, you're not finding facts. And in fact, if you find out anything and you've tainted the evidence, then the county district attorney won't be able to use it. You guys are constitutional Republicans. Read the Constitution. There's a due process out there for adjudicating these things. This body is not it. Let the other people do their job, stay in your lane, and do what you were hired to do, please. Thank you.
Stephen Roser.
I'm Stephen Rozak from 110 South Lawrence Way in Hendersonville. I sent out an email to all the commissioners basically late this afternoon or just afternoon time. And I just want to make sure that everybody was able to read it. And I'm just going to give it just a short synopsis of it. And it revolves around the Comer Barn. I say, please vote yes to give back the Comer Barn. I'd like to be enlightened as to why the Sumner County Commissioners even considered the ridiculous expense, spending $4 million on a dilapidated property at a time when the United States of America is in an undeclared recession, is a definition of insanity. So please, when you vote in regards to the Comer Barn, vote yes to give it back to the Rogers Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Begert.
Kevin Begert, 424 A.B. Wade Road, Portland, Tennessee. It's amazing how quickly a month flies by. When I started to think about what I was going to say, and I will get to it, talking about the Comer Barn, but it just appalls me that we're sitting here in Middle Tennessee talking about the idiosyncrasies of how you can justify talking about pornography in a classroom. I hope that when the discussion comes up, we talk about the merits of whether we really want to be talking about those things in a classroom or not, which kind of ties into my original thought. Makes me start to wonder why they were so interested in a dilapidated barn. Are we going to start talking about even more perverse behavioral issues? But anyhow, so Resolution 221107, giving back the Comer Barn to the Rogers Group, is a brilliant and outstanding idea. As the previous speaker said, we don't need to be spending this money. But more importantly, the old adage of, if it seems too good to be true, guess what? It probably is. Why would a for-profit company give away 42 acres of land on prime real estate along Route 31E to the county? Now, if you go back into the state financial records for campaigns, you'll also find that the #1 recipient of funds from the Rogers Group over the last 6 years was a former county executive of this county. Seems a little too good to be true. Give the land back. We don't need any farm animals in barns, because we saw how the libraries morphed, that now we have drag queen things. Who knows what kind of antics will be going on at a barn? Give it back. Thank you very much.
Joanna Daniels.
Good evening. Joanna Daniels, 152 North Shadow Haven Way, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Okay, so I just wanted to say, I've been squawking about the school board budget probably for about 7 to 8 months. And so I've brought some of my concerns to the attention of the school board at the school board meetings. I brought my attention to you guys, and I just want to say thank you so much for actually taking a look at the budget now and for holding the school boards accountable. I'm here to talk about the Comer Barn. So last year when this came about, I know it was originally going to be using ESSER funds, which I was very upset with, because ESSER funds is the federal monies that we received $49 million in ESSER funds, and was supposed to be used for one-time things. It was never supposed to create reoccurring costs. Well, then I guess there was an uproar about it, so then it went to the general budget for the school boards. So $4 million in the school board for the schools to use for this barn. Now that's just phase one. I mean, anytime, I'm 46 years old, and anytime the government says that there's a budget, I usually double it to really know what really it's going to cost. So we're probably looking at about $8 million. So, there are so many more things that we could be spending our monies on. According to the National Center for Education Statistics, I don't know if you guys know this, but in Sumner County, we have 2,001 teachers, but we have 3,436 other staff. So we have more other staff that is getting paid than teachers in Sumner County. And this is according to the NCES. So my question is, are we spending our funds already appropriately? I think that we have a 1 to 14 ratio of kids to teachers in Sumner County. Why do we have 3,000 other support staff? And so the Comer Barn, I don't believe, is really a good appropriation of funds. Now, sorry. I appreciate you guys keeping the school board accountable. Almost 80 cents of every property tax dollar goes to the schools. They are the largest employer in this county. You guys are our last resort to be the stewards of the money that we give to you from our property taxes. It is your responsibility to keep them accountable. It is also your responsibility to keep them accountable if they are breaking the law. So I'm sorry, but if you guys are the ones who approve the funding for the school board, and the school board is knowingly breaking the law, then you guys really should step in and say, no, we're not going to let the taxpayers' money be used to break the law, because we are the stewards of the taxpayers' money. So as you guys know, in this last few years, well, the last year and a half, moms across America have been demonized as domestic terrorists for going against the school boards, because school boards are not listening. Well, I have to say, school boards aren't listening here either. And so I just want to say thank you guys so much for listening to us and being the stopping point and taking a look and being the people that actually hold the school board accountable for the money that they are getting from us. And so I just want to say thank you so much, and I say yes, send the Comer Barn back, and let's really take a look more in depth at the school board budget, because that's where I'm finding everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ruth Fennell.
Thank you. My name is Ruth Fennell. I live at 1049 Blue Jay Way in Gallatin, Tennessee. I also came to speak about the Comer Barn, but just as a quick aside, I will second what the speaker before me said. This county funds that budget. They want to make sure that it is funding things that are appropriate, age appropriate, and also things that are legal. So it's not for them to decide who is doing it, but they can say we're not going to pay for it, and they can research and dig into it more. So I agree wholeheartedly with that. Definitely be good stewards of that money. And you wouldn't give $1,000 to your kids and then just let them spend it on whatever they want. You'd want to know what they were spending that $1,000 on. So do the same thing with the school board that you would do with your kids. I want to share something with you about the Comer Barn. We all agree that it is a beautiful historic structure. But the current owners have owned it for years, and they have let it crumble. They shouldn't now be able to come to taxpayers to fix it up when they neglected to take care of it to begin with. It's completely inappropriate and selfish of that owners and our representatives to think that while this building is so beautiful and valuable, that they won't even let it be designated as a historical landmark. I think the answer to the question of why is that they don't really care about the building, because at some point, if Sumner County is going to pay to fix it up and they have the ability to take it back, they can sell it to a developer, take in the profits, while the taxpayers don't even get kissed. As for the event option, we currently have over 50 small businesses in Sumner County that are in that line of work. Places such as the Bagsby Ranch on Long Hollow that are already set up to handle these types of ranch. We also have certain people on Highway 31 that have those abilities to handle those events and even have parking. Oh, who would think? Government should never compete with the private sector when there are people and services already doing that job. Government should not have to turn a profit. So because they don't have to turn a profit, they can always undercut a business owner trying to earn a living, pay employees, and also pay taxes, which the county does not have to do. It is morally reprehensible to me that these elected officials have so little regard for taxpayers and business owners that they would waste money and try to put small companies out of business by doing that. If this building is so valuable, why hasn't a private entrepreneur stepped up to do something with it? Because a smart business person knows that it's a losing proposition from the word go. The whole thing has money pit written all over it. We have over 200 students in Sumner County schools who are homeless and living in cars or substandard housing. We have students who can't get meals when school is out of session. We have roads that need repairing. And as Mo Taylor often brought up, God rest his soul, we have people in rural Sumner County who need water service. I will actively fight against any commissioner who decides to spend my money on this boondoggle. What I just said to you was actually written in 2019, 3 years ago. And I gave that before this board 3 years ago. The building was a boondoggle then, and it has remained a boondoggle. Did you actually know that there's two definitions of boondoggle, however, so you can decide which one you want to apply. One is a noun, which is work or activity that is wasteful or pointless, but gives the appearance of having value. The other is a verb, where you waste money or time on unnecessary or questionable projects. So I've mentioned the unwise use of taxpayer money, the inability to designate it as a historical building, the unwillingness of Rogers Group to take ownership for damage that's done to the building by their blasting. I don't even get into the land use, the lack of parking, the contradictions and competition to private owners. But this has been dragging on since 2016. That is 6 years. It's time to rip the Band-Aid off, turn the Comer Barn back to its owners, and if anyone has a problem about the state or condition of this barn, they can get in touch directly with Rogers Group, because they're the ones who let it get in this shape. Sumner County taxpayers are not a lending institution and should not be a lending institution. And as Forrest Gump would say, that's all I have to say about that.
We're very pleased this evening to have a former member of this body, Mr. Jim Vaughn. Jim, if you'd come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a long time since I've been up here. My name is Jim Vaughn. I live at 2981 Cages Bend Road, Gallatin, Tennessee. And as y'all probably know, I'm up here to talk to you about resolution number 2211-07, the Comer Barn. But before I get started, I'd like to congratulate everybody on your most recent win, becoming an elected official, because it's an honor. It's indeed an honor to be sitting in the seats that y'all are in. What you're doing up here is representing the citizens of Sumner County. And when you took that seat, you made a promise that you would do what was best for the citizens of Sumner County. You took an oath, said you would do that. And tonight, you have a really unique privilege and honor to do the right thing. It's one of those things where it's going to be unique, because most of the time people come up here and stand in front of this podium, they're going to ask you to spend money. They're going to ask you to, and try to justify how you're going to spend that money. But tonight, you have the unique privilege of saving money. You're going to have the unique privilege of saving the taxpayer dollars of Sumner County millions of dollars over the next few years. Millions of dollars on a barn that, like the previous speaker said, has been going on since 2016. As a matter of fact, I stood up right over there and told the county commission then, be careful what you're getting, because you could be getting something you're not asking for. Millions of dollars for a dilapidated old barn on Gallatin Road. Millions of dollars for 0.26 acres of land, 5 feet away from the foundation of a dilapidated old barn. Millions of dollars for a barn that was built to house horses, not an event center, not some place where we can invite people into Sumner, citizens to come and visit it. It's a barn. It's not there as an event center. And the most recent thing I understand is we're going to make it an educational facility. But in the very document that was created back just a couple of years ago, it says, it doesn't say it can be or it will be, it might be. It says it shall be a facility for tourism. For tourism, not education, not event center, for tourism. And it's already been said tonight several times, so I hate to keep belaboring the subject, but this is millions of dollars that we can save. Millions of dollars that can be used for public safety. Millions of dollars that could be used to provide water for the northern part of Sumner County. Millions of dollars that can be used for education. But I got a really neat concept here. One you might want to think about. It's millions of dollars that we can leave with the people who actually own it, the taxpayers of Sumner County. So I'm up here to tell you, you got a unique, great opportunity tonight. An opportunity to save the citizens of Sumner County millions of dollars. And I plead that you please take that opportunity and do the right thing. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. Anna Giles.
My name is Anna Giles. I live at 1000 Kendra's Run in Gallatin. I'm here also to speak about the Comer Barn. And I stood up here and spoke a couple years ago. Thought it was a bad idea then, and I still think it's a bad idea. Personally, we've moved here from a very liberal state. We had to get away from our property taxes. We couldn't afford to stay where we were anymore. It was in St. Paul, Minnesota. So we left there. I know what happens when it's exponential. You get a tax increase, and then the next time they increase on that taxes. And we've had two since we moved here, and they were both done in the 11th hour. And they put the kids out there, the teachers, the schools. It's always run in for a tax increase on the schools. And you got to do it, or you hate kids. Or I got 5 kids, but I know how it works. And if we continue with this barn, it's going to be another tax increase. So I was encouraged that it was being considered to give it back. It's been a rough couple of years for everybody financially, and although nobody has a crystal ball, it's very likely the next couple of years are going to be even worse financially. So it just doesn't make sense to continue with the boondoggle. That's the word I've thought of. I emailed my commissioner, called it decrepit. It was gorgeous in its day, but no longer. And to reclaim its, past glory is not going to be an efficient thing. With supplies and labor, who knows how many more years it could go on and what the final total would be. But I do not think it's a worthy endeavor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think that concludes our comments. Ruth, you signed this twice, I'm assuming. Pardon? Well, your name's here twice, but anyway, we'll just, okay. We have now a report of the chair. The Veterans Service Report is on your desk for your information, and certificates of recognition. Is there a group or a person here representing Christmas for Kids Incorporated? Okay, would you please come forward? And I think Commissioner Rogers will be making the presentation this evening.
Let's talk about a little cheerfulness. Jeez. Guys, I've had the privilege to work with this group for the last, I don't know, I'll ask Randy, he'll know, for 3 or 4 years at least. And when I first started, I thought, what kind of a clan is this? But I'll have to say, these guys are some unsung heroes that are alive and well in our community, if you will. This is their 40th year for providing Christmas for those kids who are less fortunate. So, Linda, here's your medal. You can hit Randy with that anytime you want to, because we know he'll need it before December the 12th gets here. And for those of you, and I've told Linda I'll give her a chance to speak too, but December the 12th and 13th, these guys will be running wide open those 2 days. They'll be at the Hendersonville Walmart. If you haven't been there, shame on you. Come on down this year. Don't let another year go by without coming by and seeing it. They do a lot of work. They've got the country buses, tour buses that are lined up. Various artists are there. These guys are normally in yellow or neon green or Santa hats or lights or something. But from the time we pick these kids up at the schools and we take them and get them all sugared up and get them rushed up to the Civic Center, we get a little Santa Claus music and jingle going there. And then from the time we leave there, guys, the magic twinkle in those little eyes, I can't describe. It's absolutely fascinating. Many of you know I'm in law enforcement, so when I see the brothers and sisters on the side of the road and they're blue, all the blue lights going, and these little kids, their little beady eyes, for a lack of better words, are just lit up. And then when we get to the Hendersonville Walmart and we're parked and they're let off, that's pure magic. That's when it all starts, and it's because of these guys here. So having said that, proclamation honoring Christmas for Kids Incorporated, Sumner County Board of County Commissioners, meeting in regular session this 14th day of November 2022, does hereby honor and commend Christmas for Kids Incorporated for making Christmas for Kids possible for kids in need for the 40 years. Mr. Chairman, I so move.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? All right, Commissioner Ring seconds that. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign.
Thank you all so very much. Hopefully most of you know what we do and you've seen or heard of us. Either we're blocking traffic when you're trying to go somewhere or we're filling up Walmart when you need to be shopping. But this is our 40th year. In case you're not aware, our organization was actually started by Conway Twitty and his bus driver. And Conway and the driver decided one year that they should put some kids on that bus that wasn't doing anything at Christmas, take them shopping. And they did. So we've gone from a few kids on a bus. This year we will have 60 to 70 tour buses, and we will have 480 children. We'll have, hopefully, we will have 400 elementary kids. Those are from all of the elementary schools in Sumner County and 5, I think now, from Wilson County that are just across that line. The kids are selected by guidance counselors. They all come from the free and reduced lunch population. The only caveat that we give the guidance counselors is that our program is truly a needs-based program. It's not to be used as any kind of reward system. It's for those kids that without it will not have a Christmas. So that's what we do. Our major fundraiser is coming up a week from tonight, in case you need something to do next Monday night. We have a concert at the Ryman Auditorium. This year we have Phil Vassar, Chris Young, the Frontmen, Essex County, and Jeffrey Steele. So it will be a great show. Tickets are $60. You can get them from the Ryman, you can get them from me, and we'll have a lot of fun. But it is our main fundraiser, so we appreciate your help. If you've never helped, we have 2 chaperone opportunities available. You can either come and spend the day with us, which is what I highly recommend.
Comfy shoes.
Because, yeah, comfy shoes, comfy clothes, but we start about 10 in the morning, and you will not finish until about 10 that evening. So you will hear things you probably wish you didn't hear when you're on the bus with those kids, because they will tell you anything and everything. But we hope to give each child $175 this year to buy whatever they want for themselves for Christmas. We will also give all of the elementary kids a new winter coat. Amazingly, they show up in short sleeves or sleeveless and shorts in the middle of December. So if anybody has any questions, check out our website. It's Christmas4kids.org, and there are some great videos on there that you can see kind of what it looks like and how much fun we have. And I just invite you to come and join us. We'd love to see you there. Thank you all so much for this. It really means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
I don't believe there is a person here to receive the second proclamation we have honoring Family Court Awareness Month, but we want to read this. The County Commissioners meeting in regular session on this, the 14th day of November 2022, does hereby honor and recognize the month of November as Family Court Awareness Month. Do I hear a motion? All right. Motion and second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Okay. We'll see that that gets to the right person. Financial statements memo is on your desk. As part of my report of the chair tonight, I want to say, take just a few moments to say that tell about two little incidences and then mention what I'd like to do about a situation that has occurred recently. I was standing at the front of this building talking to another commissioner some years ago. I'll have to look at the letter and the date on it. It was a number of years ago. And someone pulled up in the front parking space, obviously a very hard worker, buckets and ladders and everything in and on and hanging about the truck. He gets out of his automobile and walks up to the two of us and says, I was on my way here to buy my car tags and I find that I'm $1 short. I was wondering if you gentlemen could give me $1. So I took $1 out of my wallet knowing that I would never see it again and gave him $1. In a few moments, he returned to the sidewalk and he said, I'm sorry, sir. It's actually $1 more than I thought it would be. And by that time, I was beginning to wonder how deep I was going to be in by the time this was over, but I gave him another $1. He went in and bought his tags with the promise to me that he would repay me. I gave him one of my cards, and I really didn't care to get $2 back, but he wanted a card. He wanted to know who I was. On another occasion, a widow in my area, my commission district, came to me or called me at the time of the second big tax increase that was about to pass this county commission several years ago. And she, on the telephone, said to me, Mr. Hyde, please, please, please don't vote for a tax increase. My husband has passed away. We at one time could afford this house. We could afford the things that we needed to do to keep the house up. I no longer can do that because he's passed away and I'm now on one Social Security check. My kitchen sink is stopped up. I don't know what the problem is, but I don't have the money to call a plumber, and I am dipping water out of my sink each time I use it in order to use it. Now, this is Hendersonville. I told her it was my intentions at that time, unless I heard something otherwise in debate at the commission, to not vote for a second large tax increase. I'm saying that to say that I recently learned that we had over $1,500 charged to a county credit card for retirement parties here at the county administration building. I was pretty outraged at that with what had happened, especially since the guy that borrowed the $2 wrote me a letter and gave me the $2. I still have the letter and the $2. But I was outraged. $1,500 does not appear to be that much, but you know what? That was taxpayer money. And that $1,500 would have repaired somebody's sink, and it would have helped somebody pay for an automobile tag. Now, it's my understanding that financial management is going to attempt to correct this issue with some policy changes, but that doesn't solve the problem. I want to know more about this. So I am asking, some of these I guess don't even know I'm asking them to do this, but I'm asking Commissioner Mansfield, Gina Carpenter, a citizen, and the chairman of financial management, and Matt Schoaf, to investigate the situation so that we don't ever have anything like this happen again. If anyone wants to have a retirement party here or anywhere else, chip in and do it. Don't do it at the taxpayer's expense. So I am asking these four people as an ad hoc committee of mine to garner all the facts they can about the expenditure, this expenditure, and I only hope, but I fear it may not be the only time that something like this has been done. But I think by chasing this down, we can help prevent something happening in the future. Thank you. We now have a public notice to be read by our clerk.
Ramsey 109 mini storage PUD rezoning. James Ramsey, represented by Green LID Design, 7th Commission Voting District, Danny Sullivan. Applicant is seeking a rezoning from rural residential to planned unit development for the purpose of conducting a mini storage facility. Subject property is located at Highway 109 North, Gallatin, Tennessee 37066. Is tax map 104, parcel 005.02, contains 2.61 acres and is zoned rural residential. The Sumner County Regional Planning Commission is forwarded to a positive recommendation related to item on September 27th, 2022.
I'll ask two things here. One is if the commissioners from this particular area will tell me whether they approve or disapprove of this request. Okay. And secondly, if there is anyone from the planning office that would like to say anything in regard to this. Okay. If you would come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have, as I always do, I have a presentation ready to go on this one that was provided to the Planning Commission. If it's the will of the commission to have me pull that up, I can do that. Otherwise, I'll be glad to try to answer any questions anybody might have about this one. Mr. Chairman, I'll defer to the will of the
Okay, I don't think we had any citizens sign up for any of these, so unless there is, if I see a hand of anyone that would like to speak to this, I will call we will have a chance on the voting of we will close the meeting on this piece of property, and we now have this up for approval or not, and that will be number 5. If anyone would like to speak to this, Commissioner Klein.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a problem with the location and the use of it. It's on 109, which is a 4-lane highway there. My question would be, is there any architectural requirements? Storage units can be pretty awful looking sometimes.
Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Klein, thank you, sir. Yes, sir. So that's a great question. The county zoning resolution requires things, around the facade of the structure. A lot of developers will commonly want to bring in like essentially a metal building, very, very bare bones. The county zoning resolution does require a brick facade. I believe in this instance, what they've shown on the concept plan is a brick facade around the entirety of the building. There may not be a facade on the interior of it, but definitely on the exterior, anything facing Highway 109 would have that brick facade. The Planning Commission, this will have to come back to the Planning Commission for a site plan, so this is a vacant site right now, so it'll have to have a fully engineered site plan approved at that time. The Planning Commission will definitely have another opportunity to have an ask, essentially, to get more if there's additional elements that they want to see. So there definitely will be some improvements as far as the facade, but in addition to that, there's a landscape buffer that is required along the frontage of the property along 109. There's extensive tree cover right now on this site. They're going to have to turn in what's called a tree preservation plan. So any trees that are going to be taken out, they're going to have to essentially inventory those and mitigate on site by doing additional plantings and that kind of thing around the perimeter of the site as well. So it's hard to preserve a lot of trees on something like this because you have to have room for vehicles to get in and out and that kind of thing. But to the extent possible, they'll have to mitigate any trees that they do take out. I hope that answers your question.
Commissioner Rogers, is that all, Commissioner Klein? Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to the point that the Planning Commissioner just made. I'm concerned with where this is located, one, because of the obvious location of it. This is what I would consider a green space buffer between the State Route 109 and the CSX Railroad. Anytime you ride up and down Highway 109, you're subject to seeing a dead deer on the side of the road where it's been struck by a motor vehicle. Well, what do we expect? We're not giving them anywhere to go. So I would ask that we be mindful of that. Planning Commissioner just mentioned the word mitigation. I find that that's interesting as well. In conversation with TDEC today, I learned that it's very expensive when it comes to covering acres of ground. $55,000 if we try to cover a wetland is just some idea of where we're at. But I do find it interesting that the word mitigation was used. Where this property is located, if you go just south and to the east, is the wetlands that was of concern in the Earps property. I'm sure this body is familiar with that if they follow the county at all. So with that, I would be concerned that if we put impervious surfaces and change the culture area and remove trees and vegetation of where this proposed site plan is, then we're going to create more runoff, and that would create more water going to these already wetlands. So with that, I would consider voting no on this just because of its location and what it's doing to the environment.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Commissioner Jones?
Mr. Chairman, is this something we're going to vote on tonight?
Yes.
Mr. Sudduth said that he had a planned presentation. I would like to see that versus ask questions. There's all kinds of things you can find out in the presentation, what it looks like on a map, and if there are trees in front of it, how far it is off the road. There's a lot of things that I'd like to ask about that couldn't be answered with just questions. I would like to see a presentation on that.
All right. I hope we could do one quickly.
Can you get me up on the screen? Ms. Carolyn, do you think you can get me up on the screen?
I think you have it now.
Yes, sir. There's quite a few slides in this, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to go through each and every one of them by any means, but I do want to just provide area photos, that kind of thing, to provide some perspective on where this is. And essentially what I'll be showing is what the information that was presented to the Planning Commission back in September. So this is the public notice for this meeting. We're required by statute to publish any rezoning must have a public notice published in the newspaper 15 days prior to the meeting. This is that public notice. These are the minutes from when this went to the Planning Commission back in September. It was a positive recommendation was made by the Planning Commission that was forwarded on to the full commission. There were some conditions in there. They wanted to see some minor changes to the site plan, or the site layout rather, that the applicant did comply with. There we go. So this is the overall site layout. You see there are 4 buildings. This is a little over 2 acre site, or about 2 acre site. that accesses Highway 109 here. One of the things that the Planning Commission wanted to see and required a change on the plan was what's called a median crossover right here, to make it so that folks aren't doing U-turns and that kind of thing, trying to get in and out of the facility. So that's a big safety element. That'll have to be approved by TDOT. Anything that happens along Highway 109 must be approved by the state. As you can see, interior to the site here, there are 4 buildings. This is just a topo sheet. You can see here landscape screening here. This is a conceptual kind of a thing, just showing that there will be trees and shrubs that are planted along the frontage. That can change, as I mentioned earlier, at the site plan stage with the Planning Commission. It was indicated, you see, this is Highway 109. There are railroad tracks here. There's no connectivity. There are wetlands, as Commissioner Rogers mentioned a little while ago, Mr. Chairman. There are wetlands over on the other side of the railroad tracks. There's no connectivity that I'm aware of between the two, so that this site will have zero impact on anything on the other side of the railroad tracks. This is a photometric lighting plan sheet that the Planning Commission requires, and what that does, it's really very, very tiny font right here, but what it does is it shows the amount of glare that goes off-site. The applicant has a responsibility to ensure that it's virtually no glare makes it off the site. So LED lights have to be shined down and that kind of thing. You can't project up like you used to with the lights that cause a lot of light pollution and that kind of thing. As far as architecture here, Mr. Chairman, as I said, you could see here there's a brick facade around it. The Planning Commission may want to discuss with them adding additional brick and that kind of thing. What they've done meets the county's requirements by adding that brick sleeve around it. And you can see interior of these posts here are bricked as well, where the doors are. This is the presentation here that was actually given to the Planning Commission. This is the site. As you can see, it's pretty heavily wooded. Railroad tracks over here to the east, Highway 109 to the west. There was a public meeting that was held in accordance with the county zoning resolution. Signage went out, all the things that we do, newspaper notice, as I mentioned. This is just some meeting summary of that public meeting that was held. The applicant had to hold. There was one person in attendance that's an adjoining property owner at that public hearing that was just there to gather information on what was going to be done. As far as putting this into its context, this is that Meadows development that everybody may remember from a few years ago over here on the other side of the railroad track. This is the subject property. It's totally surrounded essentially by commercial property. So this area around it was rezoned to commercial by the Sumner County Commission back in 2017. Nothing has really come of it at this time because the site doesn't have access to public sewer at this time. So there's been a little bit of warehouse development and that kind of thing down here on the southern side, but around it is still vacant at this time. But you can see there's existing mini storage not too far away, construction sales and services company down here to the south. And so in terms of context, this is a rezoning that makes sense. It was left out of that initial rezoning that was done in 2017 just because it was under a different ownership at that time. The property around it was rezoned in accordance with this master plan here. And these are the same sheets that you've already seen, essentially. This is shown in what's called the highway services place type in our comprehensive plan. And this use does comply with that. This is a use that you would commonly see along a state highway, a mini warehouse type use. Conceptual grading plan. This is where we talked about, they didn't have that median crossover initially. The Planning Commission felt like there were some safety concerns there and required a redesign on that and to have that added to the plan. And Mr. Chairman, there's a whole lot more stuff that was in the packet. I won't belabor all that, but that's kind of an overview of the site. So if anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
Thank you. Commissioner Mansfield. Commissioner Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Setta, for the presentation. I was, I reviewed this. When I saw the meadows there, start piecing things together on the backside of that property. For me, the citizens in August 2020 filled these chambers, speaking against both the Comer Barn and the meadows that evening. 1,200 homes coming in, so you see things being planned and a byproduct of growth, needing storage units or adding in this place commercially for storage units and having the growth. So, which are all, previous county executive wanted to turn that into an industrial park and use $20 million of taxpayer funds at one point. And, I have if that's a rural residential currently, I understand where it is, and this probably will pass tonight, but I'm going to have to agree with the commissioner from the 5th District on keeping this land use as it is, especially seeing it abut to the ERP property, also known as the Meadows. I was opposed to that then, opposed to this, the character of this area being changed. The citizens were at that time, and I just not something I can vote on, having voted against the character change at that time. I'm going to have to vote on it for this time, vote against that this time as well, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Sullivan?
Mr. Chair, just to reiterate, there were 0 emails, phone calls, or texts in opposition or for or against this going in, so.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will vote on this request if we have a motion. Motion by Commissioner Sullivan and a second by Commissioner Becker. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign.
No.
I think the ayes have it.
Roll call, Mr. Chair.
We certainly can.
Each commissioner record your vote. Anyone wishing to change their vote?
This zoning request fails. It received only 12 affirmative votes, short of a majority. Madam Clerk, if you'll read the next public notice.
Tennessee Tough Trucks PUD Major Plan Amendment, Tony Milliken, represented by Green LID. First Commission Voting District, Terry Moss. Applicant is seeking a major plan amendment of an existing PUD for the purpose of renaming the PUD and updating the table of allowable uses and addressing current zoning requirements. Subject property is located at 1196 Harve Brown Road, Bethpage, Tennessee, 37022. Is tax map 029, parcel 062-01. Contains 3.76 acres and is zoned planned unit development. The Sumner County Regional Planning Commission forwarded a positive recommendation related to this item on September 27th, 2022.
No one signed up to speak to this. I will ask the commissioner from that area his opinion. All right. Seeing no one here to speak to this issue, I will declare the hearing closed and we will vote on this matter. And I see Commissioner Mansfield in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question for our planning director, if we can, no objections to suspend the rules to allow him to answer.
I don't think there'll be any objection to that if you'd come forward.
I saw there were several conditions. Portions to the acceptance of this, the planning commission put forward, and one of those was an illegal driveway that was going out to the main road that was not, that was built in 2010, but was not approved by the planning commission, and that they either have to get approval or that it needs to be destroyed and pulled up. What is kind of, it's the contingency on that? Like, can you explain that a little bit to me? Like,
Yes, sir. So this is located along Highway 52, right, which is a state route. So to do anything at all along a state, just like in the county, actually, the highway department requires a permit if you want to put a new driveway onto a road. The state has the same process, essentially. We looked into it when this one came up, and there's a really big, nice concrete driveway, and as part of our review of this when it came through, we asked them to provide that permit from TDOT where they had gotten a permit to construct it. It turned out they never did, apparently, and that was not unusual. Back along, TDOT wasn't quite as rigorous on that permitting process as they are today. They're big on it now. And so what they'll have to do is get that approved through TDOT or take it out. I suspect they won't have any problem getting it approved through TDEC. It's something that you'll just have to go through their process to do.
Okay, that shouldn't be too big of a deal for them.
I don't expect that it would be. I don't expect
Okay,
it
I
would
just
be.
wanted to clarify that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schoaf?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to suspend the rules just to ask a question to the planning commissioner if possible. So I'm just trying to understand, this is already a PUD classification. So what is the purpose of, I mean, what's the specific purpose of changing this?
Yes, sir.
Like, what are they actually trying to solve for?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's a great question. And so I've gotten a couple of calls about these things on the agenda about PUDs and what's a PUD and that kind of thing. PUD is planning and development. And so what that is essentially when a developer is going to come to the county commission, and essentially what that developer is doing is saying, this is exactly what I want to do. And I'm going to show you what it's going to look like, generally speaking. And I'm going to put a bunch of restrictions and rules as far as the allowable uses and that kind of thing on this sheet of paper. And that's all you can do. And so the county commission approves that. If they change their mind later on and say, well, I want to do something different, I want to add a use, or I want to make this building bigger, or I want to do, if it's residential, I want to add more houses or something like that. You got to go all the way back through the process, just like it was a new development. And essentially that keeps the county commission in that loop. So you guys aren't approving something A, and they do C and do something totally different. And so with this one, this was approved for a very narrow, restrictive use in 2008, I believe. Essentially, it was like ATV sales and a couple other things, all conducted interior to the building. So they were going to be selling four-wheelers and that kind of stuff inside the building. Well, they came to us and said, hey, we want to do used car sales and keep the cars outside. And so that's the opposite of what the county commission approved. And so that has to go back to you guys to get approved because they're wanting to do something different than what the county commission approved back in 08. Does that answer your question? Yes, sir.
Commissioner Jones?
Mr. Sudduth, what is the current buildings around it? What do they do? Is there car lots around it? Is there houses around there? What's nearby?
No, sir. And again, Mr. Chairman, I do have, as I always do, I have a presentation and aerial I can pull up if everybody wants to see it. It's generally, of course, it's on a state highway, but it's generally surrounded by a residential type area. And all those adjoining property owners, they did receive public notice of a public meeting that was held for this prior to it going to the planning commission. They received certified letters when it went to the planning commission.
When was that?
That would have been back in September as well.
How many attended?
Nobody came, I don't believe, to the neighborhood meeting of the staff. We were required to send somebody from the staff to come, but I don't believe that there was anybody else in attendance. There might be somebody from Greenland here tonight that can verify that. We do a bunch of these.
I saw Commissioner Moss shaking his head on the other retail car sales places nearby.
It's a grandfathered use, so there's a car lot across the street. I was kind of thinking back in behind it, the whole car was around there. Yeah, across the street, there's essentially like it's been there for how long? 60s, probably 70s, a long time. So it's like a grandfather type use that's been there forever, but it's a used car lot.
What's their closest neighbors on either side of them?
I can pull it up and look. I don't know exactly who they are.
All these things are important in making our decisions, so I would like to see that. It either fits.
Commissioner Klein? Did you request for it to be brought? Okay.
So, Commissioner Jones, you see the site right here, you have an aerial photo of the site, which is, this is the commercial building. It's been there for, it was constructed in 2010, I believe, in that time frame. As you can see, these immediate adjacent uses are residential, which is also what they were when it was rezoned back in 08. Nothing's really changed in that regard. But as Commissioner Moss did mention, across the way there, across Highway 52, there's another commercial use.
Anything else, Commissioner?
While it's on that slide right there, so in order to put vehicles outside, it seems like there would need some
Zach Baker with Greenlit Design. Happy to answer any questions y'all might have. I'm the civil engineer for the project.
So you're going to turn this from whatever it is into what it's going to become?
Correct.
What is it going to become?
So there's multiple uses, but and they're all listed. It'd probably be easier if I zoom in here. Instead of me reading every single use. General retail, community assembly, vehicular craft and related equipment sales, and then that includes all-terrain, food and beverage services, drive-in and drive-through, equipment sales and rental, automotive repair and servicing would be all the uses we're requesting.
Is it going to be a car lot?
It has the potential to be a car lot, yes.
Anything else, Commissioner?
Yeah, I don't have any more questions right now. I feel like there's so much that we don't know about this right now. I think it's not appropriate to vote on it yet. It's a pretty vague request.
Okay. Commissioner Klein? Commissioner Teachner?
I just find it interesting, planned unit development feels that it's not very planned. I was kind of leaning toward, thinking this is maybe a good idea, but the more I hear about it, it's currently a church, and we're being asked to vote that it's actually food and beverage sales or car lot, all these things, and then my fellow commissioner asked if it would be a car lot. You said, well, that's one of the possible uses of it. So feels completely unplanned. I just want to let you know that I can't feel comfortable voting to pass this.
Commissioner Rogers?
Mr. Chairman, I actually spoke to the petitioner or requestor, I guess it would be. And what my understanding is he's just wanting to offer services that's a valuable asset to the area. I believe he's wanting to operate a feed store, and that's why it comes under the PUD, because there's so much more services he's wanting to do. He's wanting to do a restaurant style there. He's wanting to do a feed store in part of it. And then the other side of it, he's wanting to do maybe some restorative work on the 70s model square body Chevrolets. I don't think it's anything hidden here. I think it's just called a PUD because there are mixed uses that this could be used for. I would support this because I definitely think it's a need of it in this area, and it would fit the character of what we have in that area.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Pomeroy?
This has been through how many times has this been through the Planning Commission?
Mr. Sudduth, how many times has this been through the Planning Commission?
This go around, Mr. Chairman, it went, I believe, in July and essentially was deferred for them to kind of go back to the drawing board on adding the vehicle storage area and some other stuff. And then it went in September. Now going back to 08, it went at least once back then. So over the years, it's been several times to the Planning Commission.
And then in September, it was sent here, passed through the Planning Commission?
This time around, it went in September, and the Planning Commission did a positive recommendation, and it's been forwarded on to the County Commission.
It got passed through there. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Teachner, did you want to say something else?
Yes, so I'm just curious, and is it okay if we suspend the rules and I ask this question to you, Mr. So my main question is to both of you. If it's a planned unit development, how do we not really know what's going to be the end result? I mean, if it's mixed use, it's mixed use, but I just don't understand that. And I don't feel comfortable voting on something if I don't understand it.
Yes, sir. I think that's a great question, valid concern.
Will you explain that a little bit more?
Yes, sir. And so mixed use essentially that's what it is a mixed use planned unit development is one way of putting it. It's commercial planned unit development. It's limited to the table of uses that are there. And so it affords them a degree of flexibility. if there's certain things the planning commission is uncomfortable with, like one of them that the county commission is uncomfortable with, you could ask them to strike it. You could say, we don't want that use. One of them was, I think there was a wrecker service listed as one of the allowable uses when we went to the planning commission. Planning commission told them to remove that one. They weren't comfortable with that because they didn't feel like that would be appropriate there. It's more of an industrial kind of a use. And so they've got a table of uses there. They're a little bit hard to read, as you can see, mostly related to vehicular sales. There's like a restaurant use, the gathering thing, which would be for churches and that kind of stuff if somebody wanted to do that kind of thing. But that is the plan, is that they have a list of allowable uses, and that's what they're limited to. And sometimes they're very narrow and very specific and make a lot of sense, and sometimes with this one, they just have a variety of things that they might want to do, and they get them put on the plan.
So is it like an area that you can have all these different things at once, or is it either or?
I believe that within the building, and I've not been inside of it.
Like the farmer's market kind of thing?
I think that there's a couple of storefronts there, right? 2 or 3 storefronts. So you could have several of these uses going on at once. You know, maybe one of them has the used car sale office. The other one maybe has a restaurant, or there was a restaurant being done a number of years ago. So it's likely that you could have multiple things going on in the building at one time.
I understand. So it's not that it's, well, maybe it will be a restaurant, maybe it will be a wrecker service, but it's that this would be like in the same like idea as a farmer's market or a strip mall would be like multiple uses. Is that correct?
Right. You might see that as you go to different places where there's like I'm thinking of a shopping center somewhere in Gallatin where there's a Chinese restaurant and there's a farmer's market and there's a general merchandise store. And so if there was a specific plan for that, you might have all those uses listed. Sounds kind of chaotic, but it's just their way of kind of covering their bases to make sure that they can find suitable tenants. And it covers the county's bases by saying, it takes really, really intense uses out of there. So if you've got something that generates a ton of traffic, maybe that's not one of them that you would want there. If it's a super heavy water user or something on a septic tank, that wouldn't make sense either. And so those kinds of uses have been excluded. So they're kind of limited to what they can put in there. And so like I said, I think they've tried to come up with a list of uses that fits the site and fits what they want to be able to do with it.
So would I be appropriate in thinking it's like a shopping center?
It is. It's kind of like a little miniature shopping center. Yeah, but it's just one building with like just 2 or 3 storefronts is essentially what it is.
But just a miniature strip mall? Okay.
Yes. I think you could say, something like that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Scho.
This is a local business owner, or 2 questions? Local business owner, right?
I'll have to defer to
local business owner. And second question is, there been any public outreach to you all against this? I've received none.
My office, to my knowledge, has not received any correspondence for or against.
And given what you all have just said, I'm going to support this. Local business owner, local folks, local development, not residential, and doesn't seem to be any local opposition to it. So I'm going to support this.
Commissioner Becker. Commissioner Becker.
Commissioner Schoaf just asked my question, so I'm good.
Commissioner Jones.
I'm not a no to this. The more we've hashed this out, you're kind of winning me over. I wished it was a better presentation to know what we were voting on. Is there a way to tell what the usage was and what the request additional usages are to sum it all up? That's really what we're voting on. We're asking for something new to be added to the PUD, right?
Right.
Could you tell me what that is?
Sure. Yes, sir. So, let's see here. There we go. So this is the previously approved master plan sheet, and of course I don't have it up on the screen, Ms. Carolyn, I'm sorry. So what it was approved to do back in 2008, I believe it was, the proposed type of business, motorcycle and ATV sales and repair shop. That was it. That was it. That was all it was approved to do.
And what are we adding?
And so where it's at now, as was noted just a little while ago, it adds a number of uses to this. motor vehicle sales and repair. They're able to do the repair, buy used vehicles and work on them in the back and sell them in the front, essentially. There's a restaurant it allows you to operate a restaurant there legally. Your public gathering type stuff like religious, somebody wanting to have a church kind of a thing in there. And what am I forgetting? What else have y'all put in there? Do you remember? There we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
There we go. So your allowable uses here, general retail trade. So it's like I said, somebody wanted to sell, general merchandise. If somebody just had a little general type store where they were selling stuff. As you see, a lot of automotive type uses, automotive repair and servicing, glass repair, minor vehicle repairs, paint. And that allows them to work on the vehicles in the back. Essentially, that's the allowable uses there. A lot of these are automotive repair and services. Again, community assembly, so religious facilities will be allowed. Vehicular craft and related equipment sales, food and beverage services. So if they wanted to put a restaurant in one of those little storefronts, they could do that. Food service with drive-in and drive-through would be allowed, equipment sales and rentals. Something like a drive-through, that's going to require reconfiguring of the site. They'd have to go to the planning commission with a site plan to show how traffic's going to circulate around the building and that kind of thing. So these are allowable uses, but some of them may require additional parking and those kinds of things. And so we would catch those when they come through to get the approval to do the use.
All right, thank you very much.
Commissioner Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've actually been in this building. This is a very nice building, and I'll echo what Commissioner Rogers said. It has had a multitude of uses through the years, but it's a nice concrete parking lot, a nice structure. I've actually eaten in that restaurant when it was there. There's nothing, I don't believe, subversive here, so I will vote to approve this.
Okay, I see no one else in the queue at this time, so we will vote. A yes vote would be for approval of this. No would be to reject it. It will need 13 votes. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the vote.
Each commissioner record your vote. Anyone wishing to change their vote?
All right, Madam Clerk, if you'll read the notice.
Bill and Sarah Manena, PUD rezoning. Bill and Sarah Manena, represented by Bruce Rainey, 15th Commission Voting District, J. West Wynn. Applicant is seeking rezoning from rural residential to planned unit development for the purpose of permitting an existing illegal duplex. Subject property is located at 3363 Tyree Springs Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. Is tax map 100, parcel 017.02, contains 1.72 acres, and is zoned rural residential. Sumner County Regional Planning Commission forwarded a positive recommendation related to this item on September 27th, 2022.
All right, the public notice has been read, and again, I will say no citizens signed up to speak to this particular notice, but the commissioner who represents this area, who would that be? Commissioner Wynn, what is your opinion of this?
Sir, I approve of this. The homeowner essentially bought this property at auction. The homeowner essentially bought this property at auction, and they're just trying to do the right thing. And so this duplex that's on the property, they're just trying to get everything squared away to make it a legal structure. So this is one that I feel is, the owners who bought this, not knowing, it was marked as a shed when they purchased the property, and not knowing that it was an illegal structure. Again, they're just trying to go through and do the right things to make it a legal structure.
All right, seeing no other citizens to speak on this issue, I'll call the public notice on this closed, the meeting, and we will proceed with the debate on the issue, and Commissioner Jones is in the queue.
While I commend the current owners for wanting to do the right thing to bring it legal, it seems like somebody did the wrong thing by doing something around the BZA. And so I would like to drill down into that a little bit, because just making something right that's already existing doesn't make your neighbors happy. I would like to know if there's any duplexes nearby. Is there 5 duplexes all around this property, and they're the only one that don't have one, and it just makes sense to put one there? Okay, but if they're the only duplex and we're starting something that there's no duplexes nearby and we just open a can of worms, then that's a totally different story. So, like I said, just making things right isn't always right for everybody. I appreciate them wanting to become legal, but we've got to ask these questions.
I may be incorrect on this, Commissioner Jones, but I believe that the duplex is already there. It's not
Yes.
that they plan to put one.
No, but Commissioner Wynn was speaking to the fact that they found out that they had one there, and they want to make it legal now. When they moved into the property, they didn't know it was a duplex, and now they found out it is a duplex. They want to make it legal. So that's why they're asking for this. Just because the previous owner did it wrong doesn't mean that we have to approve what the new owner's trying to do. It may be the right thing to do if there's duplexes all around it. If that area is ripe with duplexes, then maybe it needs to be one, allowed. But if it's the only one in the entire neighborhood or street, then I want to know these things to help me inform, because the neighbors may be upset about it. They may have been upset about it for years, which is why the previous owner did it without telling anybody. These are the questions we got to ask.
Thank you. Commissioner Mansfield.
If I may ask a question of our planning director, just some questions.
Sure.
So this property, it has an existing residence on it, and it has a duplex on it, correct?
Yes, sir. And of course, as I say every time, I have a handy presentation with some maps I can show. At one time, the property owners are in attendance here tonight, and they can speak to a little bit of what they did. But it's kind of been summarized by both folks who have spoke so far. This was purchased by the Manena family. They purchased this property. It was all one lot with multiple structures. They bought it at auction, I believe. They knew they were buying a duplex. It's not that they didn't know they were buying a duplex, but they thought they were buying a legal duplex. And so the duplex was on the same lot with the house. And so they've gone through some contortions with the county to get the duplex on its own lot, which they've been allowed to do. They got a variance to subdivide off that lot. And now what happened essentially was they called my office and spoke to me or emailed me and said, hey, we want you to tell us, for the appraiser, essentially, this is a legal structure. And I said, well, I can't do that, but if you go through the rezoning process and get a permit for the building and everything else that you need to do, it will be a legal structure. And so right now, it's sitting on a lot that is a legal lot, so they've kind of checked the first box. They're working to get the zoning corrected for this illegal building. It was built totally without permits, through no fault of the current property owners. But it was built without permits of any kind, and so they're trying to get the zoning corrected, which is planning and development is an appropriate zoning for that. If that's done, then they'll be able to go to the building codes office and apply for a building permit at that time and start working toward getting the actual building permit for the existing structure.
This is still all a part of the same lot? You said they're trying to create a new lot?
It's already on a different lot, and Ms. Carolyn, if you can let me show the screen here. So this is the staff presentation that went to the Planning Commission. Let's see if I've got it good. Here we go. So this is the concept plan that was turned in. As I mentioned, a couple of years ago, this was all on one lot. Essentially, there was a duplex and a single-family structure and some accessory structures that were all on one lot that these folks had bought. And they just bought a whole bunch of stuff that just was built without permits over the years. And so it was essentially like a 5-acre tract, 4-acre lot, something like that they bought right here. And they went ahead and they have proceeded about a year ago, I believe, to subdivide off this lot that contains the existing duplex building right here. And so it sits on its own building lot at this time. That's a platted legal lot at this time.
So is the intent to sell this? lot? or-
I can't speak to that that'll have to be a question for the property owners.
So alluding to what Commissioner Jones, I guess, was asking, does this set a precedent, or is this just an exception to bring this, can you explain that process? Like exception versus, are you setting a precedent here for something else like this?
That's a great question. So in short, I don't think so. And so some of the members of the county commission that have been on the board for a long time may remember up until a few years ago, duplexes were allowed by right across Sumner County. Anywhere you could do a single-family home in Sumner County, you could do a duplex. We got rid of that a few years ago, so that's no longer the case. Duplexes are allowed. They're still allowed. You can still do them, but it's in very specific circumstances where you are almost certainly going to have to go to the county commission to rezone property in order to do that. And so, and Commissioner Mansfield, we've had numerous conversations about rezonings and precedent and the ability of the county commission to say yes or no. I don't think that there's ever a such thing as a precedent for the county commission when they approve or don't approve a rezoning. You're looking at each rezoning in its own context. And so I think if you approve a rezoning now, it doesn't mean you're committed to approve the next one necessarily. You're still looking at it in its own context. But what I will say is at the time this structure was constructed, duplexes were allowed. They could have got permits, whoever built this building, but they didn't. And probably the reason they didn't, frankly, was because it sits in the floodplain. And so that's the reason why they didn't want to get permits back then, because it would have been too hard to get the permit. And so they went ahead and built that building without permits, apparently, is what happened. And so duplexes were allowed. Now they're not allowed. So these folks are, like, as I said, they're trying to untangle a very complicated knot, trying to get to the point where they can make this a legal building.
So they purchased this thinking that it was legal. It's not, because they subdivided it, probably want to sell it. I'm just guessing maybe not, or rent it or something, because it's two 5-acre tract with multiple dwellings for residential.
Right, and they've divided it off, and so I would assume there are plans for it, yeah.
Obviously, but no idea how long that duplex has been there, probably nowhere to tell.
Don't really know.
5 years or
no, sir.
15
I'd have to get on the Google aerials, but it's
Sure.
been at least 10 or 15 years, I believe.
Okay, that's all I have for right now.
Commissioner Teachner.
Answer our questions. I would like to hear from the owners. I have just full disclosure. I've spoken with 2 folks on Tyree Springs who were not excited about any rezoning there, which you can understand. That's a beautiful area right through there. And so that was the one concern. I would love to hear from the owners, just because I care about what's going on with that. And I think the vote is important, and it affects the neighbors, but then it also affects their livelihood too. So.
And you reminded me for some reason there, as you were talking, this is a plan unit development, so allowable uses is always the question you have to ask. On the table of allowable uses here, and I'd have to zoom way in, I don't know if I put it on there. Here it is. Proposed permitted uses. So duplex would be an allowed use, and single-family dwelling. If they wanted to convert this back at some point in the future to a single-family dwelling, they could do that without having to go through any rigmarole. And so those are the 2 uses that would be allowed with this change. So I just want to make sure that was clear. But,
Without objection, anyone object to hearing from the owner? We're past that time, but we have had a request. All right, without objection.
Thank you.
I'm Bill Menina, the owner. Well, to answer part of your question, we had a neighborhood meeting that's required, and went and actually spoke to a bunch of our neighbors. None of them had an objection. This has been a duplex for more than 15 years. So as far as somebody opposing it on Tyree Springs, they did not come to the meeting that was put in the newspaper, and we personally went to quite a few neighbors ourselves and spoke to them. So there was no opposition for this at all. And one reason we thought it was legal was when we bought it, shortly after that, the county started charging us commercial tax. And it says on the tax form, duplex. So we've been paying 12, 13 years commercial tax. Sumner County, knowing that, for a duplex. So we thought it was all legal. And then when and to answer one of your questions, we were going to try to sell it, and then the appraiser came to the county, and they were like, well, this is, like Josh said, this is not legal, not a legal structure. So now we have spent many thousands of dollars getting engineers to come and inspect it. They've inspected everything. Structure, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, all have passed. We have reports, sewer. So it's all legal as far as how it was built. So we just trying to make it legal as far as the county goes. But we were kind of bamboozled in buying it at auction. But, you know, the thing that gets me is, like this gentleman said, you know, just because the previous owners didn't do the right thing doesn't mean you should vote on it because we're trying to do the right thing. Well, like I said, we've been paying commercial tax for 12, 13 years. And one point is the county allowed us to buy it, so it allowed the last owner to sell it. And that's all we were trying to do was sell it. You know, we're not trying to build anything else. It's already there. It's a duplex, you know, that's really legal as far as structure goes. We just want to make it completely legal, that's all.
Thank you very much. Not, we will have some other people in the queue ahead of you. Commissioner Klein.
Mr. Chairman, it seems to me there are laws of disclosure, and I would think they would apply to an auction, that if this were not allowed, if we did not pass it, there would be recourse with the previous owner. That's just a comment. And number two, apparently the post office saw fit to give it 2 addresses, which is an interesting thing as well. I don't know what the legalities are there, but it's an interesting property because all the structures are behind a creek that you have to cross over. So I would be interested in knowing about the disclosure laws, and maybe our attorney can address that. Maybe he doesn't know anything about real estate law in that aspect, but.
Thank you. Commissioner Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the property owner showing good faith by trying to get this problem corrected. My question would be, if we don't approve it, then what's the solution? What do they do then? Just a question.
Commissioner Shope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just have 2 comments. One, I appreciate the property owner trying to do the right thing here, and I'm just going to note I'm going to support this, but especially understanding that the property owner bought this under the auspices that it was going to function as it is currently functioning, and this brings me to my second comment. If he's paying taxes on it that way, I'm really interested into why we're charging commercial taxes to a duplex to begin with. So I would just posit that that's something maybe county mayor or the county attorney, interim county attorney would look into, because that doesn't feel right to me. Thank you.
Commissioner Teachner.
I'll say it means a lot that you come in here to speak on it. I know that, so can you just tell me how long, just to clarify, I want to clarify, the 2 folks, they were not direct neighbors of yours, they were in my district, and I'm 14, and so just so you're clear, it's not your neighbors going behind your back and say something. I didn't want you to think that.
Okay.
The other thing I was going to say is, how long ago was it that you bought the property?
15 years or so.
Okay, that's I think it's interesting you've been paying the taxes. Thank you so much for showing up.
Commissioner Jones.
I just wanted to be clear that the questions that I wanted asked needed to be asked. I was never a yes or no. I needed to know the answers to those questions. I thank my fellow Commissioner Teachner for bringing you up here, and thank you for coming to speak on that. It's provided a lot of clarity. And the only other question I had for Mr. Sudduth was there other duplexes in the area?
I'll be frank, I don't know. I'm sure that there are other legal duplexes. As I said, in that part of the county and most of the county, you could do a duplex by right from 1973 all the way until 2020, I think, 2019 or 2020. So I'm sure that there are other duplexes. They're looked at as another residential, somewhat kind of a commercial type use, I guess you could say. We could check. It'd be something that we could look into with the property assessor's office and look and see if we could find any other ones nearby.
Well, you letting us know that that doesn't set a precedent for anything, and he letting us know, the citizen, that they provided the public notice and had support of their neighbors and everything like that, that has allowed me to be able to support this. So thank you very much.
And Mr. Chairman, there were some questions about taxation on it and that kind of thing, and that gets a little bit outside of my bailiwick and more into the appraisal side of things.
I understand.
But what I will say is that the appraisal of it doesn't have anything to do with the zoning or vice versa. The appraisal staff goes out there and takes a look at it. What's it being used for? This is being used it's a duplex being used as a rental unit. It's commercial, and essentially they assess part of the property that way, is my understanding, and that's what was probably done. They don't back check it for permits or anything like that. There's no way they had the staff to do all that. So they assume that if it's there, it's legal, and you'll get a tax bill based on what the actual use of the property is.
I'm going to recognize at this time the county attorney because he wants to clarify something that has been said.
Josh just answered one of the things I was going to address, but Commissioner Klein asked about repercussions. Them buying the property 15 years ago, any statute of limitations on going back to the seller have long since passed, so there's no way they could go back at this point. If they bought it 6 months ago, there might be an option for them. The county has no role inside of the sale of real estate. Where this becomes an obstacle for people is when they go to get title insurance, they come up and find out it's not properly permitted, or it's not legal in one way or another. They can't get title insurance and they can't get a mortgage. Someone who bought from an auction, paying with cash, they might not get stopped in the same way that you or I might. If I know I'd have to go get a mortgage to go buy a piece of property out there, and my mortgage company would figure it out when they went to get title insurance that there was an issue and we could stop that way. So that's where it makes an issue with selling the property. It's not that the county jumps in and says this was not legally permitted. We just couldn't track every real estate sale in the county like that and make sure that every I was dotted, every T was crossed beforehand. So
we don't regulate the sale of property in the planning and zoning office at all. We have no control over that.
I would urge the commissioners to ask questions, but realize that it is 9:05, and we've hardly gotten started on this agenda. Okay, every time it gets down to no one in the queue, a couple of three more pop in. Commissioner Janone?
Thank you. My question is about the approval of the PUD. I understood and I may have heard him incorrectly. He said he wanted to sell it. Am I correct? So if we approve it as a PUD, there is an outbuilding on that property that's linear to that other PUD, to the duplex. If we approve it as a PUD and it's commercial property, does that allow him, whoever buys the land, to add another PUD on that property?
No, ma'am. No. So it would be limited, and I may need to show my screen again, Ms. Carolyn. It's limited to what's constructed on that site right there. So there's this. You have this. This makes me dizzy. The existing duplex building here. This accessory structure. If they want to build anything else, they have to do a PUD amendment. They definitely can't add another duplex building or anything like that without coming all the way back to the county commission and going through the full process again.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Becker?
All right, hopefully a quick question. So if duplexes were allowed up until a couple years ago, I'm just trying to think if something similar ever comes across us in the future, similar. Duplexes were allowed, they built a duplex. What if they would have just pulled permits? Would it have automatically, when we changed those rules a couple years ago, it would have been grandfathered in or whatever?
Yes, sir. That's right.
So they just didn't pull permits, and that's what's created the issue.
That's right. It's an illegal structure. It comes home to roost at some point.
All right, I'm definitely in favor of this thing.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, we're going to call the question, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner, record your vote. Anyone wishing to change their vote?
Okay, Jennifer? Did we get a motion and a second? All right, let's fix that. Motion by, Commissioner Pomeroy and Commissioner Rogers, okay. They did do that before we voted. I saw it in your eyes, right. There you go, okay. All right, now at this time, without objection, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and if anybody objects, I'm going anyway to the restroom. to remind you that 2211 is for docketing purposes only. Docketing highway public works funds, written reports from county officials is for your information only. And at this time, we will vote on notaries. Do I have a motion and a second? A second by Mr. Harrison, a motion by Commissioner Rogers. Okay.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, I think, Madam Clerk, that was 20-0, so that was unanimous. Now we're into committees. Pardon?
Do we not need a vote on 221104? I know it's just for documents. I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure.
I don't think so. I think that's just docketing, but I will ask our attorney.
It's just to have it on here to have in the minutes.
Yeah, it's just docketing purposes. Thank you for calling that to our attention, though, because it's not impossible that that would slip by somebody. Committee on committees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committees met, and item number 1 through 5, I can move to a group and approve these for sake of expedience if you wanted. Second.
Motion to group and approve 1 through 5 has been made and seconded, and the second was Commissioner Schoaf. All in favor signify by saying aye. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Rain.
Thank you, sir. Number 1, Mr. Javance was just elected to the Gallatin City Council. The City Council of Gallatin does not, the City Charter of Gallatin does not allow people in public office to be appointed or elected to any other office. So if he's appointed, he'll have to resign in January when he takes office on the City Council. So I would hope that that would be sent back to the committee for further recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm a little confused on that because there's been Gallatin City Councilmen that have served on county boards in the past several years.
That's a different position. That's under different rules, that's my understanding.
I don't understand what the commissioner's saying, so I guess I'm going to keep the motion on the floor for right now.
All right. We've been noticed, and for Gallatin. Okay. Commissioner Wynn.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I've got questions on just the library board, just some of the appointments there. Yeah. I was under the impression there was only one position open, and there's 2 appointees. And the committee, there wasn't a discussion as to, did someone resign?
Okay, don't get into that too much in detail because the motion is to group and approve, so we need to speak on whether you want to group and approve.
No, I would like to do these individually, just because there are questions on some of these.
You want to do them individually?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
No one else is in the queue, so you have heard Commissioner Wynn's request to do them individually. We will vote on the group and approve. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. We will vote. We're voting on the board on whether to group or approve because I could not determine which was, yes.
So yes, approve.
Yes, group and approve, if you want to.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, by a vote of 15 to 6, these are grouped and approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 6, Joint Economic and Community Development Board. We're just going to request we just remove this. County attorney sent out a letter. This does not fall under the commission's purview vote either to appoint or even to vote on, according to the resolution that was passed in the early 2000s. Just want to make note, we're not going to take a vote on this tonight.
All right, thank you.
That is all, Mr. Chairman.
Well, education, Commissioner Brown.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We had a quick meeting today with the executive director of the STARS Counselors, Roger Dinwiddie, and we were very pleased with what we heard from this gentleman. He ensured the fact that parents are involved in the counseling, whether it is an emergency situation or if it's just on a regular basis and things like that. So we were very pleased with what we had heard as far as that is concerned. Just want to convey that to the rest of the commission.
Thank you. I think you had an item that was moved to education. Did you have an item on education or resolution? Oh, on legislative, all right, I'm sorry. Emergency Services, Commissioner Rogers.
No report, Mr. Chair.
General Operations, Commissioner Klein.
Mr. Chair, the only thing I have to report is I had an hour-long. Okay, sorry. Okay. Had an hour-long meeting with the county mayor today, and we have an understanding of how general operations will move forward, and we have more to talk about, but it all was very good.
All right, thank you. Highway Commission, Commissioner Teachner.
Mr. Chairman, we voted to send, we were voting on a crossing guard. We realized that that was not in the purview of the Highway Commission, so we voted to send that to Health and Emergency Services. And we also voted and spoke about, what to do with that intersection right there where Liberty Creek Elementary exits into, Hunter's Lane, that whole area. And we actually voted that we send it on to budget to have flashing lights at that area, and also at, what's the name of the elementary school? I don't want to say it wrong. No, the other one, Terry Wright School.
North Sumner.
North Sumner, I was close. North Sumner, we also voted for that same area to move that on to budget. That was it.
Thank you.
Sir.
Legislative, Commissioner Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Resolution 2211-05, rescinding actions and approving and adopting an updated ethics and conduct policy of Sumner County. CTAS has an updated policy as of 2022 with some additional state laws. And looking at this, I actually spoke with the General Counsel for the Bureau of Ethics and Campaign Finance at the state, and they're responsible for managing the law that requires counties to have an ethics policy. The current ethics policy adopted in 2007 was written by CTAS as just a sample policy that we could adopt, modify, write our own. The county chose to adopt it at that time. However, the problem with it is that it only relates to really campaign finances. There's no recourse or for taking action or disciplinary action for violations of other codes of conduct not related to financial issues and matters. So according to the Chief Counsel for the Bureau of Ethics and Campaign Finance, each county essentially has the option to adopt CTAS's model policy, or they can modify it, adopt a modified version, or they can simply adopt their own written policy. And so what we put forth here is I'll call it version B. It's a modification of CTAS's policy. And so I move that we approve this and tonight.
All right, Commissioner Mansfield makes a motion, second by Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Becker.
Question here, does this policy, does this cover the county employees? I guess my question specifically, does this cover the school board and teachers and staff, or is this county? I'm sorry, yes. So is this the school board and and staff and teachers and schools, or is this sort of just the county side of things?
Okay, Commissioner Mansfield. Go ahead, Commissioner Mansfield.
Yeah, this just covers the county, based on my understanding originally. I mean, that's all it is county employees and county officials specifically. If you look at Section 1, none of that has changed. The only section that really changed was Section 5, and basically changing this not only be Code of Ethics, but also Code of Ethics and Conduct, because there's nothing to deal with that kind of internal matters of the commission and conduct. So this is all relates, where it talks about officials, it's talking about county commissioners or elected or appointed officials by the county legislative body. It's my understanding, according to state law.
Commissioner Wynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when I look at this, I like the expanded version of the Code of Conduct or the ethics policy, but I do have concerns on this because this ethics policy is for all government Sumner County employees. And so whenever we've got things that are in there that are commission specific, I think we're getting outside of the purview of what this ethics policy really is designed to be, an overarching document for all government Sumner County employees. Even in CTAS's memo that was attached to that model policy, it talks about that. The Ethics Reform Act requires local governments to adopt ethical standards related to acceptance of gifts and disclosures of conflict of interest, and CTAS is directed to create that model policy. Also, too, just in the committee on, or legislative committee meeting, I know our interim attorney had raised some concern about including the Code of Conduct in there. And while I'm not opposed to the Code of Conduct, I just think that if it's commission specific, it should be in more of a commission specific document. And that document really is our rules and procedures document that would outline that. We've already got rules in there that outline the conduct of the commission, that it's commission specific. Also, too, I've got concerns on the selection of the committee, the ethics committee. If this is for all Sumner County employees, we're really only focused on the selection criteria of county commissioners and then some citizens, if I read that correctly. And so I think that just even the CTAS's own model and their model policy had that spread out to where you had more other officials who would be overseeing employees that may fall under the same ethics guidelines and if they had an ethical violation. So I do have concerns there that the narrowing of the committee in and of itself really puts other county employees at risk and just not fair representation when it comes to having any kind of ethical review, so on and so forth. And then also, too, whenever I was looking at this, I couldn't help but notice that this very resolution, it actually contains two subjects, ethics and then Code of Conduct. And per the rules that we adopted for this commission, that's actually against our rules. We've got that in Section 3, Procedures, D, Resolutions, item number 10. No resolution shall embrace more than one subject. So this resolution in and of itself violates our own rules. So that's another concern that I have. So I would like to see this go back to committee and just let's divide these. I know there was some discussion in committee about doing that, and I think the sentiment was we can fix it later. In my book, that's the number one thing for bad legislation is you got to fix it after you pass it. So let's get it right on the front end so we don't have to go back on the back end and try to fix this stuff. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion just to send this back, defer this back to committee, please.
All right, motion's been made by Commissioner Wynn and seconded by Commissioner Ring to to return this. I have two things I want to speak to the motion about, but if this passes, we'll hold on that until we see. There are three people, Commissioner Ring, Mansfield, and Harrison. Are you speaking on sending this back to the committee? No, main motion. Main motion, main motion. All right, well then let's vote on sending this back to the committee then. Clerk will put that on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Yes is send it back to the committee. No is not. We'll deal with it.
Anyone wish to change their vote?
With 13 votes, it will remain on the floor for discussion. Now, I was going to speak, Commissioner Wynn, to part of what you said. I think that the night I was at the legislative, I think at the night of this debate, that the lawyer who is sitting here beside me, his opposition was to having the conduct and ethics together, but not that that was incorrect. And he did tell me that he felt like that it was legal to include employees in this. Commissioner Ring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of issues with a couple of things in here. One is it refers to political action by state employees, including principals and teachers. That is incorrect. Principals and teachers are not state employees. Principals and teachers are school board employees, not state employees. So that is if we're going to pass this, that needs to be corrected. The other thing is, in that same section, it talks about no part of the school system or school property, including facilities, names, staff, students, vehicles may be used for political activities, including but not limited to, and includes campaign political signs. A lot of our schools are used as polling places. So if we pass this, no one will be allowed to put a political sign at a school which is a polling place. Now you need to understand that's what it says, okay? That polling places cannot, schools that are being used at polling places cannot have political signs at them. Whether we want that or not, that's up to this commission, but I oppose that also. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not going to comment on that, but Commissioner Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to address a couple things. I guess this isn't like two separate resolutions. This is one resolution, so it is not violating our standing rules of procedure in the caption. And so, second thing I'll address is citizen comments. I actually had a citizen, a pastor, email me. It says, I noticed that a CTAS Ethics Committee document was updated to look more like and reflect Sumner County. Our practice of including citizens on county committees goes a long way to promoting trust and transparency. I will say that if you're talking about Section 5, ethics and conduct complaints and make up the committee previously had, according to CTAS's, again, it's just a sample policy that they recommend. It's not state law, and it's not something that we have to adopt. It had 3 commissioners and a county constitutional officer, should they so choose. If not, it's a county commissioner. And had another person from a board or committee or a county commissioner. So potentially it was 5 county commissioners on this anyway. So it's kind of a moot point. But again, this is about getting citizen involvement and also the fact that we are the county legislative body and the determining factor for every overreach for every part of this county. The decisions we make in here affect every single part of the county. So it's absolutely okay for that. I mean, and I ran this by again, the general counsel for the state who's over the entire ethics policy, and they said we can put whatever we want to in this. Regarding the campaigning portion, that is part of the, I guess, the election law. So if we need to modify that, say, except for on election days, I'd be happy to make an amendment to that language as far as, it's in section 5, ethics and conduct complaints, which is under violations, and number 3, it's a paragraph about campaigning basically illegally with county commissioners or county officials, campaigning with teachers and principals who are state employees, is my understanding. And so that if we need, I'll make an amendment to adjust that so that they can campaign on school property on election day.
On election day.
Or if there's early voting on a school campus, anytime there is a voting precinct a school is used, because that's according to school board policy. And all of this language is actually pulled for a lot of from school board policy and state law.
All right, a motion by Commissioner Mansfield and second by Commissioner Teachner. There are 3 people in the queue, Commissioners Harris, Wynn, and Brown. Do you want to speak now or wait for the main motion? Now? Pardon? Okay.
As a retired teacher, teachers are state employees because the largest part of our salary comes from the state. Our salary.
Commissioner Brown, let's save that. I'll recognize you first when we get, this is a motion on.
Amending the language to allow for political campaigning on election day.
That is on the board.
Voting mechanism is not working.
I don't think we're being able to, there, okay.
The voting's closed. It's still not working.
All right, receiving 20 votes, that amendment does pass. Now we're back to the main motion and Commissioner Brown.
As I said, as a retired teacher, largest part of our salary comes from the state. We have to abide by state law and also the regulations that are there. All of our retirement comes from the state, and our license is procured through the state. So we are state employees.
All right, Commissioner Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The way I read this subsection 3 in section 5, I do have a concern, and maybe this is not the intent, I hope it's not, I don't really believe that it is, that, you know, when I was out campaigning, it would be a lot of times someone would ask me, well, where do you work? And I would identify that I work at Farmers Bank in Portland. This says campaigning with principals or school staff in their official capacity as an employee. So I'm assuming this means that a teacher or a principal off school hours, Saturday or Sunday, they cannot go knock on doors, hold a campaign sign. You do not want to get into that and infringe on their First Amendment right. So I just want to make sure that that's not the intent. I don't think it is, but I just want to make sure.
Commissioner Mansfield.
No, sir, it's not. This only applies to county commissioners or elected officials, not the school board, because obviously we don't govern them. They have their own policy, as what's been stated to us multiple times. So this is basically, and this is dealing with official capacity, meaning official as in during school hours, on school grounds when school's still in session. That's it's come up before recently, and so that's why this citizens requested this be put forward.
Commissioner Jones.
I never pushed the button.
You did not push the button. Okay. Commissioner Wynn.
Question on the same subsection 3. So just following up on what Mr. Mansfield just said, specifically it was on school property. This actually says on or off school property. So do we need to remove off?
Perhaps it could be added something like while on duty or something of that sort. What, Commissioner Mansfield?
I'll entertain a I mean, are you putting forth the language? I mean, what?
I would just strike words or off. It should just say at the end of that, instead of either on or off school property, just on school property.
Is that an amendment?
Well, it's.
Okay. All right, well, let's get a second on that. Who? Mary. Sorry, Commissioner Janung. Seconded that motion. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Schoen.
Yes, my understanding of this is very similar to military regulations, such that when you state that you cannot campaign off school property, it's covering cases. It doesn't mean that when they're off duty. It's covering cases such that, like, you wouldn't be wearing your school paraphernalia and standing next to somebody who's campaigning. That's what I understand this to be, and this is why I wouldn't support striking that, because that's what it's designed to cover. People in any capacity using their official capacity for political campaigning.
All right, anyone else? I have 3 in the queue, but I think it's the main motion. All right, let's put that on the board, Madam Clerk.
What are we voting?
Yes for the amendment, no.
Unable to vote.
In opposition to it. It would be no for the amendment, yes for the amendment. We're voting on the amendment.
The voting board
Yes.
wasn't working.
I think we are.
Yes.
Each commissioner record your vote. Anyone wishing to change their vote?
All right, with 14 noes, that amendment fails. Commissioner Wynn?
I'll come back to the same language, Mr. Chairman. I still feel like we need clarification here. If the intent is something other than the way it's worded, but the way it's worded is really vague and leaves a lot to the imagination, we'll say. Just the verbiage on or off school property. I just feel that needs to be clarified in some form or fashion. We need more clarity on that because the way that it is written today, an average person would read that as, if you're on or off the school property. So essentially never, if you're a principal or a teacher. So I offered an amendment. It was voted down. I don't know how else to word that, but it would be great if we could get some more clarity on that piece and include that in the language.
I think I truly understand where you're coming from, Commissioner Wynn, and I think you are speaking from your heart, but we've already voted. I would rule that we've already voted on that, and that would not be a legitimate amendment. It's more or less the same thing. Now, if you wanted to make an amendment, in my opinion, that we ask for the legislative committee to, in the near future, review this and have input on some suggested language change, then I could see that. That's not the same amendment.
So moved.
Okay, that's your amendment, not mine. Okay.
You read my mind.
Commissioner Wynn made the motion, and second by Commissioner Becker, that the legislative committee would be asked to look at this and review it, and with the intention of possibly clarifying more. All right, Madam Clerk, if you'll put that on the board.
Mr. Hyde, can I speak to this amendment?
Yes.
I'm just going to read this just so the chambers will understand what we're voting to amend. Campaigning with principals or school staff in their official capacity as an employee of the school system in any manner, either on or off school property. So, staff in their official capacity, either on or off school property. Staff in their official capacity, either on or off school property. I think that just seems so clear. I just want to just read that out loud so people at home would know what we're voting on, so.
Okay, then it would be a yes to Commissioner Wynn's motion and no in opposition to it.
Right.
I did not punch my button in time. It's a no. All right, Commissioner Harrison, were you wanting to speak again?
Yes, sir, on the main motion, thank you. One other just point of clarification, because, you know, in my role as an elected county commissioner, I try to visit all of the schools in my district. I have 6. Is it inappropriate? Because I've already done this, and in full disclosure, I've already posted pictures on Facebook trying to bring awareness to the schools. Not in a campaigning, I've already been elected. Is that allowable under these rules?
I think, Commissioner, that if it's not, I've already broken the rules too. But I believe that the intent here would be for instance, at election time, when papers have been turned in, you're showing an intention to run, then I think that's when this policy would kick in.
And I don't mean to belabor the point, but just as a clarification, many of us here have a personal page, and then we have a political page. So when we post those, and then we'll turn around and share them, I just want to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for failure down the road.
I would certainly hope no one here would strain at a gnat with that. Okay, Commissioner Schoaf?
Yes, I just moved to call the question.
We only have one other person. Would you allow me to let Mr. Becker speak? And then
Yes, sir.
we'll call the
Yes, sir.
question. All right, Mr. Becker.
Thank you. Got a quick question, and depending on the answer, I may have an amendment. But, so like in campaign material, there's a scenario, like if you send out a mailer, sometimes you have quotes on your mailer like, hey, you know, Jerry's the best ever, right? And, you know, maybe saying, you know, John Doe, principal at North Sumner. Are we saying that that would fall under something to be illegal? Yes. I just want to, because that happens quite a bit. I just want to make sure. I'm hearing it's not okay, or it is okay. I just wanted clarification from the.
My understanding is it would prohibit that, yes.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thanks.
We are now, without anyone in the queue, we're voting on the question. Pardon? The question is the main motion here for this policy. Yes.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Q's not working. There we go.
Is that everyone? Didn't record me. I'm a yes. I did punch the button, sorry. All right, with 16 affirmative votes, that passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2211-06 is a resolution rescinding actions and establishing new procedures regarding the appointment of members of the Sumner County Regional Planning Commission, adopting of new procedures. I so move.
Second. Okay, the motion was by Commissioner Mansfield and a second by Commissioner Rogers. Any discussion? All right, no one's in the queue, so it's on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
It passes with a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next item on legislative is 2211-07, rescinding actions and relinquishing ownership of the Comer Barn back to the Rogers Group. I so move.
Motion by Commissioner Mansfield and a second by numerous people, but we will, someone, Commissioner Pomeroy, okay. Okay. There is no one in the queue. Let's very quickly put it on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
With a vote of 20 to 1, the motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 4 was added, begin the meeting, to change the discussion surrounding changing the meeting time of the full commission every third Monday to go from 7 p.m. to 6 p.m. I so move for discussion.
Second. What was the motion?
The motion is from Commissioner Becker to add, basically is to change the time from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. on Mondays. And I'm going to get in, 7 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Mondays. And I'm in the queue. I'm going to speak on this one first, if you don't mind.
All right, go right ahead.
I guess I'm opposed to this only because, 7 p.m. is, I know a lot of citizens get off work and have trouble getting here for things. And so may have trouble making the committee meetings it is, but I like the 7 o'clock time just because it allows people to actually get here and have time if they want to come speak and get in the queue and be a part of the proceedings. And I have no problem with keeping it at 7, so I'm going to vote against the 6 o'clock time period.
Okay. Commissioner Becker?
Yeah, just a little bit of background for my request. One of the main reasons, if not the only reason, that it was at 7 is because historically we've had committee meetings, standing committee meetings that met on the same night that started at 5 o'clock, 5:30, 6, 6:30, et cetera. So since those standing meetings are on different nights of the month, I thought it'd be nice to bump this up from 7 to 6. I mean, 6 is, it's several of our committee meetings start at 6. So, and I think, other surrounding city governments, they meet at 6. So I don't think 6 is that late. And then, obviously, if we run late with the meeting, it's an hour earlier type of thing. So I don't think it hinders, citizens or anybody getting here at 6 p.m. So that's just a little background.
All right. Commissioner Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Mr. Becker that this is not, I don't think it's an overreaching hindrance any more than starting a committee meeting at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night on a Monday or Tuesday. That's a hindrance to citizens and transparency. So I will be voting for this. I would also entertain or ask the Committee on Committees if they would at some point to maybe think about the length of these meetings and the starting times, maybe varying these out during the week. It would help our citizens, I believe, to attend these meetings.
Commissioner Janung?
Chairman, there's an issue with the Resource Authority meets at 5. And if they have it here, it's not a big deal. We can come over here, but if they decide to move it to the Resource 30, we would have to either leave early or drive like a bat out of hell through Gallatin, and you know the traffic in Gallatin would never be here on time. So that is a conflict for that, and so we'd have to work, I don't know if that committee would be willing to change their time. Baker Ring has been on it longer than anybody would.
Commissioner Ring?
Thank you. That meeting starts at 5. It's almost always over by 6. Occasionally it'll go to 6:15. It was held here because we had other committees that met at 6, and we always got done in time for them to go to the committee, or almost always did. So I don't know that it would be an issue. I'm sorry, yeah, it's 6, yeah, it might be tough to be here by 6 o'clock, you're right. Because it starts at 5. It could possibly move to 4, but yeah, that would be difficult for those on the Resource Authority to make it by 6.
That's the concern I have, because, we're new on the Resource Authority, and we probably would have a substantial amount of questions, so they may not know. So I don't, I understand what he's saying, but at this point, till we work out that, it's not going to, Ms. Boyd and I would both be affected, and Mr. Green.
Okay, well, thank you for calling that to our attention. Commissioner Pomeroy?
I would like to maybe make an amendment to it. Maybe we could do something called compromise, split the baby, shall we speak. 6:30 would be a time that should be no conflict with the Resource Authority at that. I do agree that in the past, the reason why it was moved to 7 was because we were having standing meetings before that, starting as early as 4:30. Last time I served on the Highway Committee, it used to meet on 4:30, the same night of the 7 years ago, 4:30 on the same night of the commission meeting. You had meetings all the way up. It is for the third straight week, however, 10 o'clock, and we're halfway through our agenda. I don't know if that's easy on people who need to get up and get to work the next day either. So I think maybe splitting it, we're trying to help everybody. The people who get here struggle a little, and maybe people have to leave early to go to bed because they can't stay here to midnight. Maybe that allows more citizens to see it, so I'd make a motion maybe 6:30. And we should do it on daylight savings times too.
Who seconded it? Okay, a motion and a second. Let me, no, I started to say something, but I'm not. The chair should not enter into debate, so I'm not going to say it. But, well, I am going to say that the problem might be the ending time instead of the beginning time. People, we really can control that better, okay? All right, Commissioner Teachner?
So I understand. I think, Mr. Chairman, I think there are a lot of great points made for all the way around it.
Is this on the amendment?
Yes, it is,
Okay.
exactly. But when we go with the amendment of 6:30, we're talking 30 minutes difference. And so the one difference between committee nights, those do go long, and they start earlier, like generally start, 5, and they'll go pretty late. But it's 10 o'clock right now. And so if we start at 6:30, it's 9:30. I mean, that's not that big of a difference. But the problem is, you know how you say you better pack a lunch. I mean, when we come to these meetings, you better pack a lunch because we come in here and we're going to be here. I mean, I anticipate the sun coming up one of these days with us sitting in here, and that's okay because it's people's business. But I think that us starting at 6:30 or starting at 7 or starting at 6:30, whatever, is the difference between us maybe getting a chance to eat before we come in here. And I mean, we don't have to eat, we can fast, but it just seems like I'm just serious, but if we come in for a 5 to 6 hour meeting, it seems appropriate that we give the people time to eat, at least, even if we didn't. And so that I think that I'm very much against changing it to any earlier whatsoever because of the fact that I'm all good with taking the end part off, but the beginning part, if we start it just a little bit early, it's going to really cut into the chances of us having a chance for the citizens to eat before they come into these very, very long meetings. And so I just
Okay.
wanted to speak to that. I can't support that.
Thank you, and without anyone in the queue.
I just have one
we-
more comment, Mr. Chairman. Just, I like to get, in fact, I'm opposed to anything besides 7, but the reason is we've already had to use an exercise of doing a special call meeting on this evening before the meeting, and so that leaves that window to have a special call meeting if you need it. We had to do it for legislative into September. So again, I'll be voting against anything besides 7.
Okay. The amendment is on the board, and the amendment, of course, is to make it 6:30 as a starting time. So if you're voting for, it would be 6:30. No would be against that.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, I think the original motion maker, if I can, said that he would amend his original to 6:30. So that may help step on the board.
Let's just vote for 6:30.
Pardon?
The main motion right now is 6:30.
All right, did the second agree to that? Okay. All right, well, there's still no one in the queue, so we're going to vote on changing this or not, 6:30 or 7. And a yes vote is for changing it, a no vote is to leave it at 7. All right? Okay.
All right, the fifth item added to the agenda tonight is the education resolution that was read aloud by Commissioner Brown. I so move.
Commissioner Sullivan.
On Education Committee, and this is a much easier resolution to adopt than what was presented to us in education, but because time ran out, this was moved after an hour meeting to old business. So I would like to make an amendment, just in light of transparency, that this go back to education for discussion, that we defer this back to Education Committee and give citizens the opportunity to read through this and to understand this.
All right, motion to send it back for discussion. Is there a second? Commissioner Becker. Motion has been made and seconded. And this is on the amendment. Commissioner Becker.
Okay. You know, I was just going to say, I definitely support this, and I didn't see this, I didn't get a copy of this until I came here tonight, and it was read out loud and so forth. So I absolutely agree with sending this back to education, so thank you.
All right, Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, like Commissioner Becker, first time I've seen a copy of this, I too am in agreement with sending it back to committee, just for the sake of transparency, giving citizens the opportunity to view this, make public comment on this, as well as just to hear the deliberation amongst the committee on these items. I mean, because there are some things, like I just jotted down questions as this was being read aloud. Happy to ask those questions now, but I think they're probably the better place for those are in committee. And let's do deliberation in committee and not on the floor. And that helps on the back end of meetings such as this today. So I'll throw that in as a little extra.
Okay. Commissioner Rogers.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an amendment to the original motion. If this does go back to committee, I would like to see it go to January. Reason being is Commissioner Brown, I believe, is going to be out of pocket in December since he is the original maker of this motion. I would like to see him carry his own legislation.
Well, perhaps Commissioner Sullivan would make that a part of his, that it be January.
That'd be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Second, okay with that? Okay. So that'll, help us a little. Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, I saw this resolution for the first time tonight too, but it contained everything that we've all already known that the school board's been in violation of for quite some time. Frankly, it didn't surprise me at all. It summed up everything that I felt, so I'm okay with voting on it tonight.
Commissioner Schoaf?
In the interest of transparency, we got people here, open forum. We can deliberate tonight. In my view, no reason to send it back.
Commissioner Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of conversation about these books. I wish they weren't available at all. That being said, that they are. I do respectfully request, though, if we have more of this come before this body, that we, before we start reading this type of language, that we ask that if there are any children, because there were children in this room when that was being read, and that bothered me. So I would request that we at least give deference and ask that children be given an opportunity to leave the room.
I think everyone here would have to say that it's rare that I say anything because chairs should not enter into conversation. But it is a sad state of affairs when we're saying that children should leave the chamber because of the language that's being read, and they can go to a school library and get that book and read it. Okay. The motion, the resolution is on the board. Oh, I'm sorry, to defer, yes. Pardon? It is to send this back to committee and bring it back in January for a review and discussion, yeah. That is a no would be to go ahead and handle it tonight. A yes would be to send it to committee.
Each commissioner record your vote.
We will deal with the main motion here tonight. Now, the amendment failed, but Commissioner Becker, you have a motion or a statement on the main motion?
Correct, yes, thank you. One question I have is on the second paragraph, whereas a violation was found in the book, Lawn Boy, who actually found this? Who found the violation? Who found and ordered or whatnot that it was a violation of 39-17-911? I'm asking that question.
Anyone choose to answer that? Commissioner Brown?
The book Lawn Boy, if that's what you're, is that what you're?
That's what the second paragraph is, yes.
Okay.
It says, whereas a violation of Tennessee Code 39-17-911 was found. So my question is, who agreed, or to me, that's a judicial type of thing. Who ordered, who found that the violation actually did occur?
True. I mean, you can just read that and understand. I've got other excerpts from this book right here, if you want me to read those. And I know what you're saying, but the thing is, this is common sense. If you're looking at the law.
Okay. So, I mean, listen, this book, don't get me wrong at all. Absolutely, I absolutely support this book being off the shelves for sure, 1,000%, right? I'm just trying to understand where the county commission authority starts and stops. And whereas I 100%, 1,000% agree the book needs to be pulled off, I'm wanting to know, has anybody in judicial system or legal side actually stated and documented that this 39-17-911 was in violation?
Let me cut.
Because if it's not in violation,
Let
then
me
this
cut
whole-
to the chase here and just say that as I interpret it, as chairman, that this is merely our opinion as a county commission. So each person is voting their opinion on this as whether this is healthy or good for the school system. I don't think it's saying that we're going to put anybody in jail. We certainly don't have that authority, but it's expressing how we view the whole issue.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, it says in the next to the last paragraph, be it resolved that the Sumner County Commission strongly encourages, not put anybody in jail, we're not adjudicating anything, okay? Strongly encourages the formation of 3 material and curriculum review committees, one for the elementary, middle, and high school levels to review appropriate books for the school district. Further, it is resolved that all senior administrative staff, to include the director of schools and the chief academic officer, are hereby strongly encouraged, not adjudicated, not judged, or anything else, not causing any kind of burden to be put upon them as far as jail time or fine or anything like that. To ensure that the Sumner County school environment is free from obscene and provocative material in accordance with Tennessee Code. We are trying to do something so that we're not in violation of losing our funding from the State Commissioner of Education. That's what this is concerning.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so, and I do appreciate the language on the be it resolved portion there from the version that was texted me by one of my constituents. I've never received it type of thing from, the first time I ever saw it was a constituent took a screenshot and sent it to me. So I do like this language better, for sure. And again, I want to make it clear again, even though I've already stated it. The book itself is I was shocked, right? The school system, right or wrong, let me rephrase that. You know, the process that the school system follows, you know, the book was removed. You know, they follow the process. It was removed. I don't think anybody thought that it should be on the shelves. Now, how did it get on the shelves to begin with? I am actually very, very curious about that. My understanding is that the publisher of that book, who sent out the synopsis or the material literature on that book, you know, failed to, you know, mention that section or that topic or whatever anywhere in that material. So, you know, unfortunately, obviously, it slipped through the cracks. I am happy that the process that the school system has in place removed it quickly. I don't know why it was identified and waited, you know, a week or two or whatever the time period was before it got brought up to the school board. You know, because if I found a book like this, I would immediately bring it to attention and want it. I would want it removed ASAP. Like I wouldn't want to wait a week or two to bring it up in a meeting, public forum there. But anyway, I just don't think that. I think this is the county commission. We're overreaching our authority. But I do have another question. I need specific definition of all senior administrative staff. So before I vote on this, yes or no, I need specific definition of what that means.
Commissioner Brown, do you have an answer to that?
We're looking at executive principal, probably, and the librarian that would be in charge of the library as far as the senior executive.
Can you repeat that?
Senior executive?
As far as being in the library system, that would be,
Commissioner Brown has the floor right now.
that would be the issue, because
Can you repeat? I didn't
I just said that the executive principal, who has the overall authority for the whole school, and then the librarian probably would, who is doing the selection of all of these books, would be the ones that would be concerned with this.
So can we clarify? Are we specifically talking about the schools where this book was, or we're just saying this is in general, every school within the county? Because the language changed, right? From, are we saying that, so the be it resolved isn't really focused on Lawn Boy being in the schools. This is just saying, hey, we want the director of schools and the chief academic officer, all of the principals, all the librarians to be strongly encouraged to ensure the school environment is free from obscene and provocative material. Is that?
Well,
Because the original wording, and again, I didn't get this till
I'm
tonight.
not entering into the debate, but to me, it seems so simple. We're merely asking the commission to state a view on whether this kind of literature should be in the public school system of Sumner County. That's all that's been asked for, and we could ask about, does this mean this? Does this mean that? It means, where do we stand on the issue? And it's just like you've already said, Mr. Becker, that you're opposed to it. That's all we're saying. By voting for this, we're for this or against it.
No, sir, with all due respect, that's not. Language matters. Words matter. If that's what we were saying, that's what you were talking.
Exactly, and the language and the verbiage in that says nothing more than that.
Then why are you?
You're in the queue next, and if you'll please refrain from speaking until you're recognized. Go ahead, Mr. Becker.
I'll finish for now. I'll hear some more stuff. I may jump back in the queue, though. Thank you.
Commissioner Pomeroy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, you were, not what I was going to talk about, but language does matter. I would absolutely vote for something that says, as the county commission, we do not support or want any book like that in this library. That's not what this does. There's this whole other paragraph that you're defending saying that's not what it means. Like words don't mean anything. And then I got the guy who wrote it saying, well, that probably might mean a librarian. This is how we're writing policy now? Question, did this form pass education committee?
Well, first of all, this is
Just
not
a question.
policy. This is a statement.
This
of how
resolution,
we
did this
believe.
resolution, it's a resolution, did this resolution pass education committee?
Commissioner Brown?
No, it did not. It went to old business.
Okay.
Did not pass. There was multiple previous copies of this that were examined during the time at different education committees?
No.
Or was this the only copy that ever existed?
No, there were working copies.
Working copies that were released. It's 10:20. I've sat here and often wondered for a second if any commissioners were even invited to go to planning commission meetings. If we could even show up where they do presentations and they pass things and, they do this work at these committee meetings, but we just sit here and act like that doesn't happen. We just hash stuff out. We get stuff referred back. And then we get this put on our desk minutes before a meeting. And it's made to say, oh, well, it's so simple. If you don't support pornography, you would just vote for this. If you don't, same thing that the playbook says on the other side when people up here saying, well, if you don't vote for a tax increase, you hate children. Just the other way around. We vet stuff, vet stuff, vet stuff. We make planning director get up here and go through a slideshow that was through multiple meetings, present it, neighbors. We just, but if somebody just posts a resolution that he puts on your desk a minute before and says, I want to add it, and no, it didn't pass, and no, it wasn't vetted, but somehow there'll be 14 votes that say, well, yeah, that's exactly the most transparent, best thing we can do. And for our chairperson to just try to sum it up by saying,
Mr.
I'm just, by
you
saying,
have identified a commissioner, and that is against the rules.
okay, excuse me, for the conversation to go to, the words of this do not matter. It simply just says this. Even though we have another commissioner saying, no, I want clarification to this, don't worry about what that says. It simply says this. That's not what it simply says. It simply says a whole lot more than that. I am against this book. Bring me a resolution that says this Sumner County body does not want any pornographic books in our libraries. That is our stance. I would vote for it in a second. But we put all this further, it be resolved, and I think maybe an executive might be a librarian, it might be a principal. We just put this language in there and we say, we're going to put that out there. We just overstep, and then just to sweep it because that's what you want to do. It's just, but by gosh, let's not let a guy get his duplex legal without just running through the coals for an hour.
Well, you know, I'm not debating this issue. I can merely say that it's a clear-cut issue in my mind, and it's a clear-cut issue in your mind. I am opposed to filth, and that's all this is. And it begs me to look at this and to see that we have actually. Yes, I am. I'm debating it. So I'm clarifying what he said. So if you will please be quiet, Commissioner Wynn. For us to sit here as a commission and ask the children to leave this room when they could go to the library and get this material, I'm sorry, I'm totally opposed to it. And I probably said more than I should for clarification, but it's pretty plain to me. Commissioner Ring.
Thank you, sir. A couple of things. Number one, this book is not in any school in Sumner County Library. It's not in a single Sumner County library. It's already been removed. The school board has a procedure. If you don't like a book, if you feel a book is objectionable, you make a complaint to the Board of Education, and they have a procedure to go through with this, which is put together by the state legislature. So that's it. There's also, in citizen comments, a couple of citizens mentioned that we are outside of our lane. They were absolutely correct. This is not part of what we should be doing as a county commission. We cannot tell the Board of Education to set up committees. They're the only ones who can do that. This is not something we should be dealing with. That book doesn't need to be in public school libraries. It's not in school libraries. But this is going into other books which have just kind of thrown out names of other books. But I believe this is not something we should be doing as a commission. This should be up to the Board of Education to deal with. That's why we elect them. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Commissioner Ring is correct. We cannot tell them what to do. We can strongly encourage, though. And I wanted to clarify a point for the public and for Commissioner Becker. I agree with him also that if it was up to me, I would have pulled that book instantly as soon as it was found out about. That question was posed to the school board. They voted not to. They voted to let it go through its however long it takes procedure while it sat on the shelf. That's why we have to do these things.
It's ridiculous that we have to, but we have to because they won't do the right thing. You said the right thing to do would be to pull it instantly while it awaited review. That's what I would have done. Let it go through its procedure. But while it's in violation of Tennessee state law, the obvious, blatant, word-for-word violation, there's no interpretation there. It sat there, and they allowed it. That's why we have to do things like this, and I have no problem with it. So I'll be voting for it.
Commissioner Schoaf?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to make a comment, and then I am going to make a motion for amendment. Mr. Chairman, I may disagree with the chair in one respect. Reading this isn't just that we disagree. We do disagree, and everybody here seems to have said that they disagree with this book being in there. Not because we want to censor anything, but because this is about curating what we want in front of our children. It's very different than censorship. I want that on record. Second, and we don't just disagree with it, we want something done. And we're not directing anything. We don't have the authority to direct anybody. We're not admonishing or taking any punitive action. We're saying we want something done. Because at some point, something happened, something failed, and we have books like this in the schools. Maybe they're gone now, but it happened. So we're trying to address the process, and we just had Veterans Day. We have, one lesson I learned being a veteran is that you take responsibility from the top. And so I would like to make an amendment here that's the senior administrative staff specific to the central office. Just so we can absolutely understand exactly who we're talking about here. We're not going after principals. We're not going after library staff. We're being very specific, and we're not saying that you're evil. We're saying we want it fixed, central office. You're at the top. That's what we do.
Amendment made by Commissioner Schoaf, seconded by Commissioner Mansfield. Any discussion by any of these people that are in the queue on the amendment? Would you raise your hand? Commissioner Sullivan.
That's exactly why this should have gone back to the Education Committee and gone through the proper channels for transparency. We're debating stuff tonight. Just having seen this, we don't know, again, echoing what Commissioner Pomeroy said, is it principals? Is it librarians? Is it central office staff? Should have been decided in education, not at 10:30 at night during a regular commission meeting.
Anyone else in the queue who wants to speak specifically to the amendment? Commissioner Wynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question, because we talk about the central office, but what I haven't heard is an explanation on what the actual process is for selecting the book. And is the central office even included in that process? So that's a question that I have. What is the process for book selection?
Well, I don't think the book selection is on the table here. It's a statement of our opinion of the literature.
And I understand that, Mr. Chairman, but the amendment is to specify central office. Well, if central office isn't involved in the process, what good does that do? Does that make sense? To specify them in this resolution.
That makes sense.
I would just like clarification on that as to the process for book selection. What is it?
I think, Commissioner Wynn, to me, it's saying one thing to use something else. In Commissioner Schoaf's opinion, it could mean even something else as to what the process is involving the central office. But he has made a motion, and it's whether you want to include it that way in the main motion.
Well, I'm trying to understand the process so I'll know how to vote. If the process is inclusive of the central office, then okay, yeah, let's do it. If it's not, then that makes no sense, and I wouldn't support that. So I'll ask the question again, what is the process for book selection?
All right, for clarification to your question, Commissioner Schoaf.
I actually watched some videos on how these selections are made, and I would argue that some of the errors that are made may have to do with a lack of transparency or a lack of information that comes to those systems when the books get selected. So, but that's kind of specific to the process, but that's really beyond the point of what I'm trying to get at here. What I'm trying to get at here is that the central office is the one that builds and sets process, and that process at some point failed. It's not, it's not this body's job to try to get down into the weeds on exactly what the process is. That's the central office, that's the school board, as we've been told many times. That's their job. We're just asking them to do something to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Comes from the top, the process doesn't matter. They set process.
Commissioner Teachner?
I still have I'll go back to my original question on the process for Sumner County, and I'll use this as an example. If I tell my mailman that my trash isn't getting picked up, what good is that going to do? Nothing. So I think we have to understand that. If we're going to set this, and by all means, I'll go out there on the record. I 100% agree. I think we're all on the same page. We don't want this filth in our school. But whenever we're passing something like this, I think we all need to be on the same page. So this speaks as the commission. And so that's what we're trying to get to. And so no one's opposing this. We're just trying to make sure we're all on the same page.
Well, for your specific question, I have no answer.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can say. Everything's been said that could be said. You said what you wanted to say. That's it. So we're moving on to Commissioner Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wanted to correct some clarify some incorrect statements that were made. First is that state law does now require the school board to vote on removal of books. And it can,
Are we not supposed to be voting on the amendment?
I think that's correct. We are.
all right, if we're still talking about the amendment, then I want to get back in the queue. Then.
Okay, as long as you say you're voting on the, okay. Or you're speaking to that at a later time, we'll keep you in the queue. All right, on the amendment, Commissioner Jones.
If I could ask for clarification that may help Commissioner Wynn and myself as well. Commissioner Schoaf, was it your intention to change it to central office for whatever level of involvement they have, step it up? If they have no level of involvement, get involved. Is that the nature of your motion for the central office?
Go ahead for clarification.
The question that I'm trying to resolve is who. And so further, it is resolved that all senior administrative staff who operate in the central office. So senior administrative staff in the central office. That's all. I mean, words are going to have to be, can't be perfectly tight. I can't tell you name by name, but I'm limited.
I'm just trying to get to the point of Mr. Wynn's, Commissioner Wynn's question. The process doesn't matter. We're asking them whatever level of involvement they have, step it up. If they have no level of involvement, this is done at the library level, we're asking them to get involved. That's the reason for the central office involvement, correct?
You want to answer that? Go ahead.
I'm trying to make this simple. It doesn't matter what the involvement is, we're asking them to get involved.
All right, Commissioner Becker. No, everyone, I think I pretty well understand what's going on here. I don't need help, okay? Commissioner Reen, Commissioner Harrison has not talked at all on this.
If we're concerned about the process or we want to learn the process, we brought Mr. Sudduth up earlier to talk on the Planning Commission stuff. We have the chief academic officer here in the room. If we want to know what the process is, we can ask him if that's agreeable to the chair.
That's not agreeable with me because we're not, but for one thing, I'm not sure he wants to come up and speak to this. He's not the head of the school system. And I think that smile indicates that it probably is not wanting to come up and speak to it. But secondly, we're not talking about the process. I think I've tried to say that. Commissioner Ring? I'm on the main motion. Commissioner Becker? Tell me if you're on the main motion.
No, this is only amendment. I just want to make sure. So we're striking, we're saying further, it is resolved that all senior administrative staff at central office are hereby strongly encouraged to ensure, is that what we're voting on? That's what y'all, that's what was stated.
Go ahead and speak to your amendment.
Yeah, I'm not striking Director of Schools and Chief Academic Officer. They're located in the central office, and they are the two most senior staff. So I'm not striking that. I'm only clarifying that senior administrative staff are limited to the central office, not senior staff at any school, not senior staff at any library, only at the central office. It is literally pointing out, we acknowledge that this is the senior central office problem to solve. That's it. I hope that clarifies.
Commissioner Pomeroy?
I appreciate you, Commissioner Sho, for, I think we're all trying to make an attempt here to say we don't want this. And I've talked to Commissioner Sho once on one occasion. I think his heart is that. He doesn't want this. We don't. We just, the point I was trying to make, and when it comes to this is, as Commissioner Sullivan said, the original main motion was to send this thing back to committee, and we're trying to edit it on the floor. We've sent a lot of stuff back to committee. I'm saying all the extra interjection, there's a state law. Am I wrong? That first part is the state law of this resolution, correct? And it's very, very detailed. Maybe I'm just a simple, not real educated guy. But my amendment would be, why could we not put we as a county commission, be it resolved, strongly suggest, or whatever your wording is, that you follow this state law. Everything else is just conjecture, and we don't know process. We don't know who does it. We're not the board who does do it. I appreciate your attempt to say who the central, but we don't need some librarian over at some elementary school getting called in because we don't know any of that. It's not our role. And I'm not trying to be argumentative with everybody. I get it. We all want to get stuff done, but we still have to operate in some frameworks of what we can get done. You know, and I sat on this commission once with the chairman and a few others, when we had a resolution literally come from us about us wanting to vote on abortion. Well, I am as pro-life as they can get, but I don't think the county commission is going to vote on abortion. Like, we're sitting here writing things minutes before meetings, and I appreciate your attempt, and I know you're bright enough that if given the time to send it back to committee, we could probably come up with some language that we all agree upon, made out there in the public, that we could get, and everybody be happy with what we send over. But we hear about transparency, something being thrown to your desk at 6:58, and then debated on the floor is not that.
Anyone else in the queue wanting to speak on the amendment? On the amendment, not the main motion. Commissioner Klein.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to say that I would hope every teacher, everybody in the entire administration of every school in Sumner County would be trying to do what this is suggesting. It's not suggesting that people are held to account. It's just saying, hereby strongly encouraged to ensure that the Sumner County school environment is free from obscene and provocative material. That's very simple.
Okay, all right. Now, please remember, the amendment is a limitation on those people that are being listed that are responsible, not on the main motion, okay? Commissioner Wynn.
not on that one paragraph on the end. And maybe it would be cleaner to do a separate amendment once this is
Well,
through.
we can try that and see, and if not, you can make another amendment because we can have two amendments.
Okay, so I would like to also amend some language in here, whereas a violation of, I think it's quoted in here on two different instances. I would just like to insert the language of, it's in the opinion of this commission there is a violation of. And that way we're not accusatory, or not, accusatory is not the right word, but we're not adjudicating in any way. It can't be interpreted as we're adjudicating. That we're putting it out there, it's our opinion, and it's not a legal finding of a violation. I do have concern by using that, the verbiage of a violation indicates there was some sort of adjudication process, something in the background, there was findings of some sort of wrongdoing and a violation of the law. But I think by inserting that language of, in the view of or the opinion of the commission, I think would help out.
Commissioner Schoaf, that's your amendment.
So I would, I'll change my amendment to state, whereas in various points here, it says, instead of just a violation, whereas this body finds. It doesn't, it's very similar, whereas this body finds a violation was found.
Okay. Does
In
that
addition
meet
to my
your-
previous amendment.
I think that makes it worse, actually, because it balance of adjudication.
Well,
Adding the opinion, this body's opinion.
then if you want to make another motion, you can do that. Amendment, I'm sorry.
Your amendment is back to what it was before, correct? Okay.
Yep.
All right, I think that's all on the amendment. So we will put the amendment on the board, which restricts it then to senior central office staff.
Each commissioner record your vote.
With a vote of 18 to 3, the amendment is accepted, and we're back on the main motion. Commissioner Mansfield, you're the first in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to address a couple things real quick. Again, like I stated earlier, that the new state law requires the board to vote on removal of books. A committee can't remove it per state law. The school board didn't do that last month. The school board failed to do it in a study session. So that was said, it was incorrect. Again, it's been said, we're not telling the board to do anything. That's an incorrect statement. Give you an example, we've done similar resolutions to different governmental bodies like the state legislature when the gas tax was passed. I think this body did that prior to 2018, as well as we did that for the TVA for power lines, saying this our desire that you guys, or we strongly encourage you guys to do that. So these types of things have happened as well. Another thing I guess I can understand why Commissioner Brown brought this forward is because the school board's meeting on this tomorrow night. This is a current topic. Currently, it is the opinion of several school board members, as well as the public, that the school board is in violation of state law by not voting on this, and it's not on the agenda for tomorrow night. So I think this definitely sends a strong message from we the people as representatives from a different body, saying that we strongly encourage them to adhere to state law and to follow state law. Whereas a clear common sense reading of this book and a clear common sense reading of state law, it is in violation of state law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Teachner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand that it's not at all in our lane to instruct the school board or the principals. That would be far out of the lane. But I do believe that we are elected to be the voice of the people, And I've been contacted more about school board issues in person than just about anything. And so there's been a lot of people upset. And I think the main thing is just I look at this as just something that is stating what the opinion of my personal constituents have asked for me to say. And I had one email, I didn't know this was coming before us tonight, had one email and I responded, well, that's not, we don't vote on those kinds of things. And we still aren't. We're just stating the fact of the body of people that we represent, how we feel that our districts, you know, each district being their own, how they feel. And so I want to say that I haven't met any school officials that seem to be against our children. Seems like they you know, love our children. That's why they got into education. And but I do see that there's a lot of action that's not being taken by the school board itself. And so I think it seems appropriate just to say we strongly encourage, but ultimately knowing that we don't have any control over that. But I don't want to censor any books or anything at all, but I do censor things for my children every day. And so I don't mean throw everything away. I mean, don't let my children watch it. And so I think that's what we're doing as a body. I would hope that's the idea of it behind us even talking about this one thing, is just having the chance to say, you know, hey, can we make sure that our kids are not seeing certain things that are maybe available to the world but not available to the kids. And it's just a strong encouragement. I just wanted to say that statement. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
I was at the school board meeting the last time that whenever school board member Stephen King brought this up, it was voted down. Something that he read, I mean, it shamed me to listen to it. But this slipped through the cracks. It got into the school library. We're not asking for the thing to be, again, censored, banned. Just put it in the public library. We don't need to have kids reading these kinds of books. And therefore, you know, I'll just read what I've got here. There are no kids, right, at this late hour, I hope. Okay. Book Lone Boy by Jonathan Evison is a book steeped in homosexual pedophilia. How this book was ever considered age appropriate for minors is beyond me. It makes me question the authorities that allowed it into the school libraries. The book, according to the Sumner County Library Database, is in 2 of our school libraries. It was in Gallatin High School and Hendersonville High School, and is in violation of the school board policy 4.40012 and Tennessee Code 39-17-911 regarding the unlawful distribution of obscene materials to minors. The book is obscene, containing what Tennessee Law 39-17-911 described as explicit and detailed verbiage, verbal descriptions of sexual excitement and sexual conduct. Here are some of the excerpts from the book. Page 19. In 4th grade at a church.
I don't need to hear this, and I think we're all in agreement the book is.
You know, wait just a minute. We're not going to interrupt a member of this commission who has the floor to speak. No one said for you to sit down or you sit down. Go ahead, Commissioner Brown.
You're for him reading this language again. Would you like to say that, please?
Would you like to be quiet,
No,
Commissioner?
I don't know if you're for him reading this language.
You need to be quiet or leave the room.
I will file an ethics complaint. On our coupons.
Go ahead, Commissioner Brown.
Page 19. In 4th grade at a church youth group meeting out in the bushes behind the parsonage, I touched Doug Goebel's D, and he touched mine. In fact, there are even some mouths involved. Page 91. What if I told you I touched another guy's D? What if I told you I sucked it? I was 10 years old, but it's true. I put Doug Goebel's D in my mouth. What the F are you talking about? I was in 4th grade. It was no big deal. He sucked mine too. And you know what? It wasn't terrible. Page 174. This is a grown man actually thinking about sex with a small child. He talked about all the times at church, but never mentioned our penises. In fact, that he never said 10 words to me after our little foray in the bushes. Not a single reference to holding or tugging or sucking D's. All I could think about while he was chatting me up over the rim of his cappuccino was his little salamander between my fourth grade fingers rapidly engorging with blood. Page 130. Why won't you admit we suck each other's D's? We shared a Hershey bar, then you showed me your D. The next thing I know, it's in my mouth. We suck each other's D's, and you're pretending it didn't happen. Page 231. This is BS, I hollered. You suck my D, you crazy F. Please note that this last passage was a character as a grown man fantasizing about a sexual encounter when he was 10 years old with another 10-year-old boy. Now, who normalizes sex between 10-year-old boys? Pedophiles. As I said, please remove this book from the libraries and put it in the public libraries. And then these next two deal with 490619, A Place Inside of Me. This book illustrates, through its illustration, portrays Black Lives Matter, the organization, as a good organization aimed at helping people. The original website had as its mission statement what we believe included a statement of goal disrupting America's Western prescribed nuclear family structure. When it came under fire, they cowardly pulled it off. Black Lives Matter is an organization co-founded by Patrisse Cullors, Alicia Garza, and Opal Tometi that has roots in Marxism. We actually do have an ideological framework, Cullors said of her organization in 2015. We're trained Marxists. We're super versed on sort of ideological theories. The same year, Tometi was hobnobbing with Venezuela Marxist dictator Nicolas Maduro, of whose regime she wrote. In these last 17 years, we have witnessed the Bolivarian revolution champion participatory democracy and construct a fair, transparent election system recognized among the best in the world. The group co-founded after the death of Trayvon Martin in 2013, moved a page entitled What We Believe, which included a variety of positions on public policy issues beyond police reform and police brutality. Among its news releases includes a call for a national defunding of police, later decrying police reform as ineffective. The BLM narrative was seen in the looting, violence, murder, and destruction of major and minor American cities in the summer of 2020, coupled with the anarchist group Antifa, whose acronym is an antithesis of itself. In the documentary, The Greatest Lie Ever Sold, George Floyd and the Rise of BLM, Candace Owen revisits Minneapolis and the violent, racially divided aftermath that fueled BLM's global rise and filled its coffers. Then I'll move on to the last book here, Dragon Wings. Another book which is a fictional account, may I add. Dragon Wings by Lawrence Yep is currently in the libraries of Merrill Hyde Magnet, Gallatin High School, and Station Camp High School. Had another parent, David Coleman, in Blount County, as the first person to pursue the prohibited concepts violation up to Commissioner Swin because of its defamation of white Americans through its 300-plus pages. This book was pointed out to me and Commissioners Klein and Boyd by Carol Swain, Princeton and Vanderbilt professor and media analyst and personality at a conference. A petition in Blount County circulated online called for the district to remove the novel from its curriculum because of racism, foul language, underage drinking, violence, drugs, prostitution, and alcohol. Union Grove Middle School principal John Webb told parents they would no longer be teaching it. He said, our students have been studying the novel, which was included in our state-approved curriculum. A materials review team has recommended that the inclusion of the book be discontinued at this time in Blount County schools. That review was conducted in accordance with Blount County Schools Policy 4.403 according to the district. The book calls White Americans white demons because a white man throws a brick through the window of a laundromat on a young Chinese boy's first night in San Francisco. I recommend again that this be pulled from school libraries and placed in public libraries due to Blount County's reasons. I'm surprised that the Tennessee legislature had to write such laws to be this specific when we already have laws on the books about the various discriminations, age appropriateness for minors, the innocence of our children, and willful perversion of our children by adults. The reason being is that we have adults and educators who are trying to skirt these laws, trying to find some loophole or push the envelope. Through the Wuhan pandemic and its unnecessarily long shutdowns and ill-advised mandates, not to disparage those who died through poor medical protocols in hospitals and nursing homes and fatal comorbidities, parents have become aware of the curriculum with which their children were being indoctrinated. Parents became engaged because the curtain had been pulled back through Zoom classes online about the inappropriate content of curriculums, indoctrination, and books that had been in our children's classrooms. Due to this law, Williamson County is now involved in a lawsuit due to its adoption of the Great Minds publisher of Wit and Wisdom for English and reading in their curriculum. Great Minds tried to be edgy in this curriculum, which was passed as the last item on the agenda one night with no discussion whatsoever at the Sumner County Board of Education.
All right, I would remind everyone, I doubt that there is a person in this room who knows how they're going to vote, who doesn't know how they're going to vote. And we have 6 other people in the queue. I would like for you to keep that in mind, or I would even invite a call for the question if this goes on any length of time. Pardon? Did someone call the question?
I'm in the queue, sir.
Is there, it does not make any difference.
I've got an amendment I would like to make.
It ceases immediately when that motion is made.
I've got an amendment I would like to make. I've been in the queue. Give me a.
It does not matter how many people are in the queue. Read Robert's Rules of Order. All right, question, is there a second? All right, motion and second.
Our rules state.
Point of order, in order to call the question, you can't interrupt your speaker, you've got to be in the queue. So Commissioner Becker is next, so he's probably correct on that. So I would basically, whoever called out, call the question, you just can't call it.
Okay, but that is not in Robert's Rules of Order. It plainly states that debate ceases immediately and the motion is put to a vote. But if that's what is in the new rules that we've established, I guess I've overlooked that, go ahead. We have 6 other people. I'm assuming your motion is after the last ones in the queue speaking. Yes. Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Miller, did you second that? Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Becker.
All right, thank you. It'd be a little easier just for maybe next time, something that gets put on our desk right before the meeting, if we can number the paragraphs. But I've numbered the paragraphs 1 through 13, if I numbered it correctly. I'd like to make an amendment to, if y'all want to jot this down as I go along. I want to say keep and scratch, right? So my amendment is to keep paragraph 1. My amendment is to, this is all in one amendment, scratch paragraph 2, 3, and 4. Within that same amendment, I want to keep paragraph 5. Within the same amendment, I want to keep paragraph 6. Within the same amendment, I want to keep paragraph 7. Then the same amendment, I would like to strike paragraph 8, and I'll summarize this afterwards. So strike paragraph 8. Within the same amendment, I want to keep paragraph 9. Within the same amendment, I want to strike paragraph 10. Within the same amendment, this one's so ambiguous, I want to strike paragraph 11. It's for the audience. That one says, whereas statements by some individual staff and administrative personnel indeed. No. All right. If I could continue.
Go ahead.
Okay. So that number 11 is to strike number 11. Again, that says statements by individual staff and administrative personnel indeed appeared to argue for direct defiance of Tennessee law. Very ambiguous. So strike 11, and then same amendment is to keep paragraph 12 as amended previously, and paragraph 13 keep. So I want to summarize this. So my amendment is to keep paragraph 1, strike number 2, strike paragraph 3, strike paragraph 4, keep paragraph 5, keep paragraph 6, keep paragraph 7, strike paragraph 8, keep paragraph 9, strike paragraph 10, strike paragraph 11, keep paragraph 12 as amended previously tonight, and keep paragraph 13 as stated there. Again, what this does, it keeps everything that's factual. It states the law. It says, the law clearly unlawful for a person to knowingly sell, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Everything that we're all against. And so it keeps the factual, it states the laws, and it keeps that, especially important, paragraph 9, that the Sumner County Commission is committed to supporting the just laws of the state of Tennessee by ensuring against violation against our laws by a single individual's opinion, judgment, ideology. So it keeps that, okay? And it keeps that, the two, be it resolved, again, the one we amended earlier, and the one that talks about, copies of the resolution. So again, I'm keeping all the factual laws. I'm keeping that the county commission is committed to supporting the laws, and I'm keeping that we strongly encourage the formation of the 3 material review committees, and that, as we amended earlier, that all senior administrative staff at central office, to include director of schools and chief academic officers, are strongly encouraged to ensure the environment is free from obscene, provocative material in accordance with the Tennessee Code of Law. So I fully believe that this amendment that I'm making right now is 100% in line with what everyone here agrees with. Clearly states the law, clearly states our stance, so that's my amendment.
Second by Commissioner Wynn. On the amendment, we have 6 people in the queue. Please do not speak unless you're wanting to speak to this amendment. And then if you do speak to this amendment, you're out of the queue and have to re-enter. Commissioner Wynn? Anyone? All right, we'll vote on the amendment then. I'm sorry, okay.
I just want to clarify that Mr. Baker said that everyone here feels the same. I want to state that I do not. I will be voting no for this amendment. He doesn't speak for me.
Thank you. All right, the amendment is on the board.
Commissioner, record your vote.
With 14 negative votes, the amendment fails, and we're back on the main motion, and I would request that everyone that's in the queue please stick to the main motion, and let's not vary from that. Commissioner Jones?
I was actually in there to call the question, so if anybody else is in there also, hopefully we can do that.
We have two others of the 3 people that are in the queue were in there originally, so go ahead. I mean, is that what you wanted to do, call the question?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have to wait until these 2 are out of the queue. Commissioner Pomeroy?
Second, point of order, Mr. Chairman. So he properly provided the queue to call for quick question. I seconded it, therefore we have to take a vote.
Everybody's had the chance to speak on this multiple.
You gave me the floor.
Amendment earlier that was, we'll come back to, and now we're just not going to come back to it.
I'm going to rule that we will proceed on with what we're doing right now. Commissioner Pomeroy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think this is about the main thing. We did call up, the number 2 man in our school system is here. I have some questions I would like to ask him. From what I know, no one has ruled that there was a violation. I don't know if the state has ruled that. I just don't have the answer to these questions, and I feel like that gets respected when certain people ask them. But the director of schools, assistant director of school, don't know your title, sorry, is here. We obviously have some questions, but I have some real questions about, again, language that we are stating, whereas a violation. This all started an hour ago with Commissioner Becker saying, who determined there was a violation? And we were just basically told to shut up. Like, no, don't ask that question. Like, has the school board been given a violation? Has the state done any of this? Or are we treading in that area where we are dictating law? As an opinion, that's what we're saying. We don't say an opinion, we say whereas a violation. I would like to ask the man with the school system here. We also have talked about where the buck stops. I've heard other commissioners say stops at the top. There's the number 2 guy. Can I ask him a couple questions? Suspend the rules, ask him a couple questions.
Is there a second to suspending the rules? All right, second. I think we'll end up putting that on the board anyway, so we may as well put it on the board to suspend the rules. No, it's been posted now. So. Do you choose to speak, Mr. Langford?
Yes, sir, I'll be happy.
Thank you, Mr. Langford, for being here and being here all night. We've had a lot of conversation about what goes on at the school board and what we do, and so I just want to, we have a resolution here in front of us that you probably know that states that whereas a violation of TCA 3917-911 was found, we started off with a question: was there a violation? Who made this violation? Was the Sumner County School Board found in violation? Can you answer that question if y'all been issued a violation by the State Board of Education, or who would be your governing body? No, sir.
No, sir. No, we, as soon as the challenge was made at the school board meeting, the book was treated like we do all books whenever there's a challenge. The school, the two schools where the book was on the shelf, put together the review team according to board policy. They reviewed the book. They removed it, deeming that it was obscene. And so it's removed from the shelves in all the schools in Sumner County.
Do you know how the book got through in the first place? Have y'all done a self-audit or a self-examination of that process?
Yeah, I think we constantly do that. I mean, you know, I think I mean, first I would say, like, in terms of the language on, and I don't want to get into the resolution, that's y'all's work, but I would say, like, if you're wanting the specific language, the only clarification I would ask is when you're talking about, you know, for Mr. Schoaf's motion, about senior central office positions, that would include maintenance, HR, finance, things that have absolutely nothing to do with library books. I mean, honestly, if you want to name who at the central office is responsible for library books, it's primarily me. And of course, if you wanted to include Dr. Phillips, but I mean, I think it would be unfair to list for action other departments that don't really have anything to do with library books, like maintenance, technology, things like that.
That's my next question, so thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so like in terms of purchasing, you know, our librarians do the best that they can. Librarians in schools work together. They review books periodically. Obviously, this one we didn't catch, and as soon as it was brought to our attention, we followed our process, and I think that process is key because you can have, like in a community as diverse as ours, with as many people moving in from all over the country and world, you can have a lot of divergent opinions about what's appropriate. And to be fair, you need to review those and follow the process that we've set forward. So this book was removed within a week from both of the schools, but we followed our process. So if there's a lawsuit, because obscenity laws, if you study case law of Supreme Court, obscenity is really hard to remove something like at the Supreme Court level. Almost nothing at the Supreme Court level is deemed obscene. What we try to do is get books that are appropriate in front of kids, and when we make a mistake, when we miss something, we remove it as quickly as possible. And that's why we have a process. Like, our encouragement is always to work school, central office, parents, teachers, librarians, principals, everybody. I find some of the things tonight a little bit chilling towards our librarians because they're really working hard to get, not a single one of our librarians wants to put something inappropriate in front of kids, and they're working hard to follow state law. But no, there's not been any kind of violation of state law.
Okay, I've just got a few more. I just want to kind of go paragraph to paragraph. I do thank you. This book was found in high school libraries, is that correct?
Yes, sir, in two high school
Not
libraries.
found in any elementary school libraries?
No, sir.
However, we felt the need to read it on the worldwide internet and in front of elementary school age students in our audience. Some mistakes are more egregious than others, I guess. It says here, whereas the administration and the Board of Education of Sumner School have failed to comply with Tennessee law. Have y'all been notified by the state, or are you under any prosecution? Are you under any review that you willingly failed to notify and comply with Tennessee state law?
We have not violated Tennessee state law.
Well, that's what it says in our resolution. That's concerning to me. I'm just reading and talking. I'm asking questions, getting an answer.
Commissioner Jones, I have given some leeway to the other commissioners to read and speak, so I understand what you're saying, but.
I want to be clear, that's not an opinion. Mr. Langford, is this an opinion? Is the Sumner County Board of Education been under investigation, have failed to comply with Tennessee state law?
We have not.
Thank you, that's not an opinion. We have in our resolution, whereas statements by some individuals of your staff and administrative personnel indeed appear to argue for direct defiance of Tennessee state law. That you know of, do you have any staff members that are currently asking you to change this state law to allow this book to be put in the library?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Are there any complaints or formal complaints against y'all wanting to put this by an employee?
No, sir.
Okay. Again, we have committees, we have language. Commissioner Becker put out a good thing that says that we support laws. They're very, very clear. Language and words matter. And it's really, really a sad state when we don't think they do and say, well, it doesn't matter that we say whereas they violated a law. It doesn't matter where we say whereas they have failed to comply with law, whereas they are in. That matters. And it doesn't just matter to this issue. It matters to whatever axe to grind someone has one day with something else, and they just want to put language in there saying this is what we believe, even though it's not factual. Thank you for answering my questions. I know that you're available for anybody else, I believe.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to ask the question that I believe my fellow commissioner should have asked. Have you been reprimanded by anybody at the state level for violating the law?
No.
It is your opinion that you're not in violation of the law because you have not been adjudicated against. Is that correct?
No, we're not in violation of the law because we followed the law and our procedure. As soon as the book was raised at the school board meeting, we treated that as a challenge, and we went through our process that we use whenever there's a challenge to a book.
I understand that the process, but the Tennessee state law was standing, and it was currently in violation for up to a week, you said, before your process took place. It was a very easy ask at the board meeting to pull the book to be in compliance with state law while it was being reviewed. But the school board chose not to do that. They were in violation of the law by the letter of the law. Its exact description of that book is why the law was written. And I feel like you probably used that law in some of your interpretation of what you should do with the ruling on the committee that in the end did. The law had to influence that, and you deemed that it should not be there. But for a week it stood, and it was in violation of the law. You just never were adjudicated against. So what I'm saying is it's your opinion that you weren't in violation, but we'll never know because there was never a judgment given.
I'll be happy to answer that if I can speak. Actually, both books were removed because you had to review it. So in order to review it, librarians, principal, everybody had the time. So the books were removed the next day after the board meeting. The board did not choose to not take action on it. The board chose to not to add it to the agenda at the last minute when board members didn't have proper time to read or vet. Basically, you had a report from an individual. None of the other school board members, I'm just repeating, the minutes are available, it's on video. What we did is we immediately started our process after the board meeting. We contacted principals and asked them to start the review process. So the books were out the next morning. Actually, the librarian at Liberty Creek went back to the school that night to make sure that it wasn't on the shelf because it had came in as an order. She caught it and pulled it, but it went into the system. So our librarians worked and our schools worked very fast, and then we followed our procedure. So I disagree with your interpretation. One, we followed the advice of our legal counsel, who said we were not in violation of state law. We removed the book while it could be reviewed for obscenity, and then we followed our policy, and the book has not been on the shelf since the day after the board meeting as soon as school started. We did not ask anyone to come in at 11 o'clock at night when we got done with the board meeting to remove the book, but we did address it the next morning.
Okay. There was one book that was checked out. Was that not correct during that time period? At Gallatin, I believe it was.
I believe it was checked out to the principal or something like that. I don't think it was, it may have been with a kid, I don't know.
I read that it was from a kid.
Yeah, but both books were taken off the shelf very quickly.
All right, we may be winding down here. We have 3 people left. Commissioner Wynn.
Motion.
We are, yeah, we are on the main motion.
Oh, we're on. I thought we were asking questions still.
No, we're through with the questions. We're talking. Pardon? Okay.
You asking questions?
So rules are suspended here. I'd actually like to direct my first question, which is more administrative, to the interim county attorney. Do you have any issue with the wording here? Is anything that we're saying illegal or unlawful?
No, in the sense, no, in the sense that it's a strongly worded suggestion or encouragement. Yeah, lawyers tend to counter language, so I would probably prefer something that said, we find that there's likely a violation, or it's our opinion there's a violation, but that's because we're not very good at being definitive on things. And since there hasn't been any kind of adjudication, and I just think that's safer language, but again, you're not actually doing anything as far as forcing anything, so I don't think it really matters in that sense.
Got it. Thank you. My next question is for you, sir.
Mr. Sheriff, I'm sorry, could I clarify? I got an answer for Mr. Jones' question, if I could answer it real
Yes,
quickly.
go ahead. Yes,
And then I'll come, Mr. Jones, it was checked out by the Gallatin High School librarian. It was not checked out by a student. She pulled it off the shelf, but she checked it out to herself. Yes, sir. Mr. Sheriff, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. First off, I appreciate that you made a comment earlier and you said, you know, I think obliquely you said blame me, and I appreciate that. But I just want to maybe get to the heart of the matter, since we've come around to that nothing we're saying here is unlawful. I'm not going to read this again because it would be ridiculous to read it again. This is a book. Do you agree that it contains explicit and detailed verbal or narrative descriptions or accounts of sexual excitement, sexual conduct, or sexual conduct? Do you agree with that, that it does contain those?
I absolutely believe it should have been removed from the shelves, yes.
But do you agree that it contains?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I do.
So was it available for distribution in the library for any period of time? I understand that you corrected it quickly.
I'm not going to answer that. I have no idea the legal definition of distribution or things like that. It was on the shelves. As soon as we
Okay.
became aware of it, we removed it.
Okay. So I think we're getting really into a lot of semantics here. This happened, and do you agree philosophically, and I think you do, and I appreciate you for coming up here, that an organization's leader or commander in the military is responsible for anything its unit or organization does or fails to do?
Absolutely.
That's all my questions.
Yeah.
Commissioner Wynn? Are we still needing?
I don't have any questions for Mr. Langford, so I appreciate him. And,
All right, well, let me cover the questions first. Do you have a question, Commissioner Teacher? Okay. Commissioner Brown?
At the last school board meeting, not the work study, a place inside of me was on the agenda, correct?
Are you talking about the last board meeting or the last study
Last
session?
board meeting.
Last board, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there were a number of people that got up and spoke in favor of that book, correct?
That's correct.
So, again, considering the law 4906-1019, there's a lot of illustrations in there that are anti-American, advocating overthrow of the government, things like that. So, whenever it says statements by some individual staff and administrative personnel indeed appear to argue for direct defiance of Tennessee law.
I think that that's your opinion of the interpretation. I think that some of the language that I saw in one of the working resolutions through the committee, where you specifically mentioned that librarians needed to be disciplined for being defiant, I personally find that chilling to the First Amendment, because a librarian has every right to come and speak for or against a book, just as you have every right to come and speak. And I think that's really, it highlights the need for a process so that we can get people, parents, teachers, librarians, principals at the school level to look to see if it fits the needs of the kids at that area. Because you have a very strong opinion about that book. I would argue that there are plenty of other people in our community that don't. I'm trying to arbiter the debate so that we get what's best for our kids at the right age levels. You and I can disagree. I don't even know, like, but I find it chilling to put in a resolution that we're going to discipline people or ask for discipline, because in your working document that someone forwarded to me, it very clearly states that you wanted librarians disciplined for being defiant with a letter of reprimand so they would be less employable in other school districts. That part I find chilling, because they should be able to talk.
Now, I also find chilling the fact that this is a situation where these librarians speak on their behalf, but these are books that were for 5 to 7-year-olds. And 5 to 7-year-olds overthrowing the government?
Let's clarify, these books would not include Longboy. This book would be a place inside me.
There are more than...
Just one more. Let's ask a specific question and
I apologize,
move
Mr. Chair.
on. Mr. Brown, let's not debate if you've got a specific question.
I apologize, Mr. Haddon.
But that is my biggest problem right there, is that this was a book for 5 to 7-year-olds.
And that's why we have a review process.
And like I say, okay.
Yeah, that's why the school board we'll hear it again tomorrow night. And Mr. Haddon, I'm not going to say anymore, because I feel like I haven't been in front of you like this since I was in about 3rd grade. And it's late at night, and I feel like I'm about to get that look again. So I'm gonna turn my
right. Okay, Commissioner Wynn, you are absolutely the last one in the queue.
Mr. Hyde, wait.
Okay, Commissioner Teachner.
So I have to say one thing. So first of all, I appreciate Mr. Langford coming up and speaking to us. So I'm against the books, like, as a parent, but just something about this language, it just doesn't feel quite right. So I want everyone to know, I believe I'm going to be abstaining from this vote, because I just don't think I have enough information to vote yes or no. Just want to make that clear to, if anyone, just for transparency to my constituents. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to put forward an amendment. At this point, I don't know that it's going to matter, but I'll put it forward anyway. I still have a problem with the verbiage in here where it's stating there was a violation when there was no governing body, authority that found a violation. I would like to offer the amendment to add...
Go ahead.
This has already been talked about.
It wasn't, I don't think this exact amendment was made. Do you recall?
No, we said we were going to come back to it.
He brought it up, and at that point, Commissioner Shook was asked to add it to his amendment. They couldn't come to agreement in terms, so they said that it could be brought up again as a later.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So acting on the advice of our acting attorney, and even the legal counsel that I've received outside of the county regarding this resolution, I would like to add the opinion of this body, of the county commission, in front of a violation. I think that's important. Without that, I cannot support this, because we're not we're essentially trying everyone on here by saying there's a violation. This is guilty until proven innocent. And so that's not how our legal system works.
Is there a second to this amendment? Second by Commissioner Sullivan. Commissioner Becker?
I've got a different amendment, so.
Okay. We will vote on this amendment. amendment does not receive a positive vote. Commissioner Becker?
I would like to make an amendment. Ooh, that's loud. I'm hearing Mr. Langford comment about the senior administrative staff. I would like to make an amendment on paragraph 12. It says, further, it is resolved that the director of schools and the chief academic officer are hereby strongly encouraged to ensure the school environment is free from obscene, etc. So the wording, I'll just repeat that. There's a second. So just wording is further, it is resolved that the director of schools and the chief academic officer are hereby strongly encouraged to ensure, etc. So what that does, it removes the, you know, the maintenance, the HR, the IT or whatever. So that's my motion, and there was a, I don't know who seconded it, but it's the second.
All right. The amendment's been made. Is there a second? All right, Commissioner Harrison. All right, the question is on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote. Anyone wishing to change your vote?
With that amendment, we need now to vote on the main motion, and it is on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote. Anyone wishing to change your vote?
And the motion passes with 15 votes. We're now on budget. Commissioner Schoaf. Can you turn Schoaf on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So without objection, I'd like to move to group and approve. Well, let me just make a note real quick first. All of the items on here are routine. They've been thoroughly vetted. Happy if somebody would like to pull anything off, but without objection, I'd like to move to group and approve everything on the budget agenda.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any speaker now needs to speak on why this should not be grouped and approved. Commissioner Wynn.
Mr. Chairman, we discussed this earlier whenever we started to lay out the agenda as to having to break out item number 8 for reasons for our own rules, because each of these items exceeds the, I think it's a $25,000 mark. And so by grouping and approving, I believe we're going to violate our own rule on that. So I know we want to get out of here, but at the same time, I think that, you know, following the rules, we set them up. We need to follow our own rules. And so let's walk through these individually, because that's the rules. That's what we all set out to do. We want to make sure we're following the letter of the law.
All right, the attorney is in agreement with me that it is not against the rules.
Okay, as long as we're good.
So let's see, Commissioner Becker.
Yeah, just real quick, on 2211-15, that's the one that we split. I just want for clarification, because I didn't completely follow.
Yeah,
when you said-
we'll have to vote on this first before, and then you can ask a question about a specific.
Well,
the
I'm not
motion
going to vote
now
to
is
approve or not approve until I understand what I'm voting on.
Pardon?
Until I understand what I'm voting, what the vote is, I can't approve or I can't say yes or no without knowing what I'm voting on. I don't do that, at least. So my question is, if I may, Mr. Chairman, did we, at the beginning when we set the agenda, did we do 2211-15?
All right,
Did anything change?
Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, thank you. So in 2211-15, when we split it into, I think there's a total, we probably added 20, 21, 22 or something, whatever those numbers are. Did anything change with it? Any dollar amount, anything change? The only thing that changed, it just split it out. Is that, am I correct in that?
Mr. Becker, that's correct. There's no dollar amount changed. It was literally splitting them out. And just so you can verify that yourself by looking at the packet that's sitting there. Each of those is annotated on these documents.
All right, I just wanted to, because I know people in the audience, they may not have this packet. Some of them may, but some of them don't, I know. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wynn?
I do have a question on item 2. I guess it's 2211-06. I think that is, nope, I'm sorry. 2211-09. So I believe there was somewhere around 1.2 million of funding for the volunteer fire departments, and if I'm off on that, please correct me. And I think the majority of this funding was already allocated, one for a tanker, and then another one for the Oak Grove Fire Department building, and the remaining balance is the 91,944. Is that correct?
In the original budget, there was $138,000 besides the 1.2, and about, I think it was 45,000 some odd dollars was for the countywide communication system. This is the remaining 91,000 out of the original 138, and it's not part of the 1.2.
Okay.
It's a separate pot of money.
Gotcha. Okay, that was a question. Thank you.
Okay. Question is on the board. Go ahead.
Each commissioner record your vote.
It's a unanimous vote. Move to adjourn. You